Evening, everybody. Welcome back to your 2022 annual town meeting. I'm informed by the clerk that we have a quorum of at least 100 voters, so if folks can take their seats in the hall. I'll start where I ended last night, and I imagine there are a few of you here that weren't here last night, and some obviously that were here last night that aren't here now, but I thought last night went terrific. I mean, the number of participants, the number of people who went to the mics, the variety of opinions, questions, comments, I was just very pleased by it. I think our town is really well served because you all do that. So let's hope for more of that tonight. We start tonight with Article 22, which was on my held consent agenda at the beginning of the session yesterday. It was on my consent agenda and it was held. And so we are now coming back to 22 as we continue to move through the warrant in sequence. I don't know who held Article 22 from my consent agenda, but if you're here, if you could please identify yourself, or if anybody else might know why Article 22 was held from consent. All right, so it's a little bit of an odd situation because I don't know why it wasn't consented to, and if the person who held it is not here, I'm of the mind to just put it to a vote unless anybody has a problem with that, and I'm not seeing that. So one more time, whoever held Article 22 from the consent agenda yesterday, if you're here, please identify yourself.
I didn't hold it, but I do have a question.
All right, why don't we go to the mic then? Mr. Mills, why don't you put it on the floor while she's on her way there?
Mr. Moderator, Andrew Mills, 2 McNeil Drive, Chairman of the CPC. I move Article 22 as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second? All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, Diana Bell, 24 Main Street. I was just curious, I know 84 Main was CPA funded, funds were put towards it before I moved to town. I was just curious how much longer those funds are going to be going towards that property.
Where's Brian?
I think I can answer that.
Andrew, you can answer that?
How much longer we have on the bond?
Yeah.
18 years.
Oh, that's a long time. And that residence is private, right?
I'm sorry, what's private?
84 Main Street is a private residence?
84 Main Street is a privately owned residence. The bond was used to fund a preservation restriction over that property. So while it's privately owned, the entire exterior of the buildings and the grounds remain as they are or as they are since 1850, whatever, in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Any other question or comment about Article 22? All right, Article 22 is our annual funding article for the bond for 84 Main Street. Requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mills. Article 24, restoration of Finn tennis courts. Mr. Mills.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Is there a second? All right, Mr. Mills on Article 24.
Yeah, this was a request from the Recreation Department for refurbing the tennis courts down at the Finn School or the Mooney Field. If anyone's been down there, there are cracks that are about 4 inches wide and in some places 10 to 12 feet long. One of the courts used to be the skateboard park that was no longer in use anymore. We need new tennis posts in there, the nets, and they're also going to be lined for pickleball. So that, if you've been to town meeting in the past, we've done this at the Neary School. We refurbed those tennis courts. Prices came in around the same to rehab the ones down at Finn. So the request is to refurb those tennis courts to get back to a useful life.
All right, thank you. And I would just ask, the source of funding for this article is community preservation funds, and if there's anybody here that doesn't understand or wants to know what that is, please raise your hand and we can give a brief explanation, but if not, okay, I'll ask for then any comment or question about this particular article. All right, seeing none then, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And all opposed. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Article 25, easements for reorientation of St. Mark Street. Mr. Healy.
Are we on? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The members of the board and I kept telling them this was going to be one of the shortest articles tonight, and it turns out I think I'm going to be right, because I moved to indefinitely postpone the article.
Does it receive a second? All right. Mr. Healy's motion is to indefinitely postpone. What that does is it effectively disposes of the article forever. It doesn't mean that a similar or identical article, for that matter, can't come back at a future meeting, but it would have to appear on a new warrant at a new town meeting. So that's the motion that's on the floor. Any comment or question on that motion?
Can I comment very quickly, Mr. Moderator?
Sure.
Okay. Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. And back in, it was either December or January, the select board, at the recommendation of Mr. Dennington, created a working group to look at various factors relating to the project over at St. Mark's and Main Street. And they've done a remarkable job. And they have identified some issues that we think the town can address. They're on the verge of making some recommendations to the select board that I think will enhance an awful lot of things about the project, which already I think is a terrific thing for the town. But to allow them to carry out their work, the select board's plan is to be back in the fall with a new and improved recommendation for the park and the property.
Okay, thank you. The motion on the floor is to indefinitely postpone. A comment or question on that motion? Right over here.
Patricia Burns, Fiore, 10 Winter Street.
I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. 10 Winter Street. I have a question. So first of all, it wasn't the working group that brought up those issues. You do know that, right?
Is your comment or question related to the motion to indefinitely postpone?
So what does that exactly mean? Because both Mr. Healy and Mr. Dennington have said a no vote on this easement doesn't matter because the licenses are in place.
Okay.
They consider the license. So I don't understand if it's indefinitely postponed, how that affects the project.
Well, I'm not sure I quite understand it either, but the selectmen have an article to ask for easements that they are now basically withdrawing. I think that's what we're speaking to. But your question is better addressed to them sometime other than at this meeting.
Even though they have to have the easements in order to legally do the work? And now they're not asking for the easements? Does that put a halt to the work?
I don't know the answer to that, but that's not what's on the table right now.
You don't feel that we deserve an answer to that?
I think if the proponent of the article is asking to withdraw it, I mean, I'm not sure we need to talk much more about it.
Okay.
Over here.
John Reid, 34 Bigelow Road. This was, I believe, my sole purpose or I'll say my main interest for coming tonight was just to listen to the background behind the purpose for the article and receiving that news from Mr. Healy. Is it appropriate for me to ask one or two general questions about the project?
I don't know. I mean, if they're going to withdraw it, then it's going to come up at some future point if they come back with it. But we got a lot to get through tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Faniff?
Bonnie Faniff, 179 Middle Road. I appreciate what Mr. Healy just said, but there was an agreement that allowed access to the property pending town meeting vote. So even though we're not voting on it, do we still have access to it? And are we going to continue the work?
Yeah, I think that's a question for selectmen at their next meeting or at some point. You know.
Well,
Mr. Moderator, I'm happy to give at least a general.
well, before you do that, Mr. Healy, I'll explain the rationale for the question. This came before the ADA committee, which I am on, and my understanding in the request and from council's statement to Mr. Purple that we couldn't make any adjustments to the exhibit that was attached to that agreement, but the town had access to the property to make improvements before the vote of this meeting. So are we going to be doing anything?
All right, Mr. Healy, if you want to, go right ahead and briefly explain the status quo if this article is withdrawn.
Sure. There are licensing agreements in place between the town and St. Mark's. As a practical matter, if this had been gone forward tonight and the easements had been defeated with the 2/3 required vote, those licenses would have been in place. Withdrawing the article, those licenses are in place. What the motion to indefinitely postpone is doing is allowing both ADA issues that were brought up at the working group meeting, as well as a number of other issues that have been brought up by, again, the terrific work of the working group, is to bring a more fully baked cake at the fall town meeting. The determination of what additional work can and will be done will be made by a board that I'm no longer a part of as of the next few days. But those questions can be raised, and I suspect there'll be agenda items that address these going forward at the selectmen's meetings. But it's really not an issue for tonight.
Okay, right down here in front.
You mean me?
Yes?
Oh, Marguerite Landry, 134 Deerfoot. I'm actually the chair of the St. Mark Street Park Working Group. And if it would, and there are several other members here present tonight, if it would be helpful to know this, in the time that we've been meeting, we seem to have generated a lot of other questions and ideas about the use of this space, which is central in Southborough, and our goal is to come up with something that there'll be flexibility from the DPW in terms of the design, I think. The Historical Society is interested in a history walk. The library wants a place for story hour. There are a lot of possibilities to make this a really wonderful space, so we didn't want to just do clonk, here's what we're going to do. So we're still gathering information. I entreat you, if you have ideas, please email me or anybody on the working group, because we're still in the process of discovering what would be the best use to make of this piece of land.
Thank you. Right over here.
Michael Weisland, 189 Corderville Road. Ladies and gentlemen, I am as fatigued as you are by this process, but I beg you to defeat this motion, because there is a 6-minute presentation in opposition to these amendments that explains this project, that explains the history. It's a 6-minute film, and that goes through the town expense of how we're spending $1 million of town money on private property owned by St. Mark's. If we allow this to adjourn, there's nothing to prevent the town from continuing this project. You deserve to see this and then make a decision on this. And by the way, I do not agree with Mr. Healy, and I don't think other lawyers here also agree, that they can proceed without these amendments because the licensing agreements are hooked to them. This would be a huge violation of your town rights, because your ability to predict where your money is going to go by granting or not granting these easements is critical. It's one of your few rights here in town to determine where your money goes. And these licensing agreements usurp that right and give your power to the Board of Selectmen. Now, we can all just go home and appoint them town managers, because that's exactly what this would be if we allow this to continue. So I urge you to defeat this, watch the presentation, understand what this project is all about, and then let's talk about how we want to spend our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Lynn McKay, 10 Ledge Hill Road. My question kind of gets to what Michael was saying, too. If we indefinitely postpone, will any work be done on that land before it comes back to the town meeting?
So I think Mr. Healy addressed that. Do you want to just give
Not
30 more
really.
seconds on that?
Again, whether it is indefinitely postponed or the article is defeated, the licenses are intact. The decisions about when and whether and how to do additional work on the project is going to be made by the select board.
So no matter what we vote here at town meeting, it doesn't matter, the select board's going to do what they want to do on that land?
That's not the way I would phrase it.
That's what you're saying.
Right. Okay. I'm going to go here and then here. And ma'am, I know you've already spoken on this, so I'm going to give these two a chance. And then we're going to talk about where we are on the motion that's on the floor. So on the back left, please.
Karen Hanlon-Shimkus, Lindbergh Road. According to town meeting time, this is our meeting, and I think we can actually take a vote as to whether or not to see the video, and I think it's very critical that we do see it. I went and got a legal opinion. I've been in commercial real estate for 35 years. And I work with and had the privilege and pleasure of working with experts in all disciplines and some of the most respected land use attorneys in Massachusetts. I can tell you there is no valid license agreement. The work actually was done with no written agreement at all. The signed so-called license agreement that each member of the Board of Selectmen signed was signed on November 16th, after the trees were raised, after truckloads, 18-wheeler beds of excavating machines came in.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to stop you for right now. Before we get into any of that, we're going to have to act on this motion. And if you defeat the motion, I imagine then we will have a chance to talk about the project. But let's at least get through the motion first. So just hold right there, please.
Thank you.
Right over here, and then we'll vote on the motion. Go ahead.
Hi, Betsy Rosblum, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. I'm a little confused. I haven't read the reciprocal interim license agreement, but someone just handed it to me. And the whole license agreement recognizes that the parties have agreed to swap easements, the acceptance of which is predicated and requires town meeting approval in the spring of 2022. So it's not clear to me, and I admit it's been decades since I went to law school. Mr. Healy, I don't understand how the license agreement isn't affected if by its terms the easements referred to that the license agreement is predicated on are not granted this evening. Maybe town council can answer that question, because I'm just really confused, and I think a lot of people are too.
I think it says the easements are predicated on a vote of this body.
And the license agreement recognizes that there will be easements granted. So maybe town council could explain to us, because, I don't know, show of hands, how many people are totally confused by what we...
All right, you know what, that's not appropriate. Look,
Well,
all right,
maybe it ought to be, Mr. Moderator.
okay, thank you. I'm going to go to, look, you know the process, right? We have a motion on the floor to indefinitely postpone. You can defeat that motion, and we'll take that vote right now, and then we'll see where we are. So it requires a two-thirds, it's a majority vote. All those in favor of indefinitely postponing Article 25, please raise your cards. All those opposed? All right, so the motion fails. And so we need a motion to put the article on the table, Mr. Healy.
I move.
Or you need not, but somebody else can make it, because it is on the warrant.
Let me just talk to Mr. Town for a second.
All right, hold on, please.
I'm not used to taking a.
So Mr. Healy and the selectmen are not going to move this article, but it can be from the floor. All right. Does it receive a second?
Second.
All right. Was
Mr.
that you?
Moderator, I move in utter irony to move Article 25 to see if the town will vote to allow the Select Board to both accept an easement of land from the trustees in St. Mark's of Southborough, Inc., and grant an easement to the same. Said easements to facilitate the reorientation of St. Mark Street, as well as the development of a park and parking facilities related thereto, as all shown on the plans on file with the town clerk, or do or act anything in relation thereto.
Does it receive a second? All right. First, I'm going to start with the recommendations. You see them on the screen. Select Board 500, Advisory 240. It's your motion, Mr. Wison. So I'll take comments or questions from the floor on the motion that's just been made.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to see the video that Mr. Wishon has produced on the facts of the project.
Well, I think that's up to him. It's his video. I don't think we need a motion if he wants to.
Yes, let's let it roll, shall we?
And then continue the discussion. Thank you.
Jay, wherever you are.
So what did you spend it on?
That intersection.
Been over there a while. So that work is done?
No. let's not get into the really picky questions right now with that. Just we spent the money, it's been done, and we will, it's, it's all part of the project.
On March 3rd, 2021, Karen Galligan sent an email to Freddie Gillespie that said a couple other paragraphs, and then it said, the historic walk was just a concept that was floated to make the grant proposal more attractive. And down below, it says, it will be better to connect items that we have plans for, like the garden we're helping you build and the park after they are built, rather than plan a walk in the wrong direction or where it doesn't make sense. The historic walk project is not on the immediate horizon.
That's accurate. All of that is accurate.
That was March 3rd.
All of that is accurate and is consistent with the view of the project from the get-go.
290,000 is just, that we got from shared streets, or shared spaces, sorry, is just handling the park. That intersection. And Chapter 90 money is doing, the road there and sidewalks and drainage and other work.
There's relocation small r and relocation big R. And the small r being a physical relocation that doesn't actually yet, it could at some point involve town meeting action to change the layout.
I mean, we got $290,000 for a park and a history walk. I don't see a history walk or a park. You're telling me that the budget didn't include cutting the trees, but there's trees cut. The budget wasn't supposed to include moving an intersection because that was supposed to be paid for by state funds of Chapter 90 money. So where did the $290,000 get used?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give Mr. Healy the first comment on behalf of the board.
Again, Mr. Moderator, the board's position is to indefinitely postpone this article, so I'm not going to go into the sort of presentation that I normally do. All I'll say is that one of the nice things about the working group we put together is it has been addressing nonsense like this and cutting through. I don't like to use misinformation and disinformation. Sometimes it's innocent, incorrect information. Sometimes it's straight out lies. The nice thing about this, and again, regardless of what the vote is tonight, is that in the fall, there's going to be a proposal from the select board about the park and the intersection project that will have addressed it from a comprehensive and accurate way, as opposed to, as I said, the nonsense we just saw.
Nonsense.
Okay. Right down here, please.
I think y'all know my name by now. Do I need to state it again?
Every time.
Okay. Patricia Burns Fiore, 10 Winter Street. We need to vote no to this article because the Board of Selectmen and the DPW used grant money for a history walk to move an intersection and then claimed the history walk was just an idea to make the grant more attractive to the state. Because the DPW wanted to move an intersection that regularly floods, knowing that part of the reason, if not the majority of the reason, it floods is because the abutting
All right,
private
ma'am.
property owner
you-
moved a
you-
stone wall.
Hold on, let me just stop you for two reasons. One, you're repeating everything we just watched. That's number one. But number two, the selectmen themselves have asked to, essentially that you
I
defeat
thought the motion on the floor was the article, so we have to vote yes or no to the article.
That's correct, and I'm going to take a sense of the hall right now. That's why I respectively interrupted you. Is there anybody here that's in favor of this article at this point? That's what I thought.
Well,
So
that's good.
I think we move to a vote. Why wouldn't we?
Can I just make one last comment?
One last comment.
I think the most important reason is that given what's going on today in this country and in the world, we seem to have be missing out on some of our voter rights here. They are essentially obfuscating your voter rights by choosing to proceed with this project without proper approval at town meeting, proper easements in place, and then asking you to vote on it nearly 9 months after the beginning of the project. And then, on top of it, as we heard tonight, your vote here is not going to matter. They are going to proceed with this project no matter how you vote, because they have chosen to put an easement, have chosen to put a license agreement in place. I think that we have to vote no on this because they've clearly said your vote doesn't matter to them, and a no vote is going to make a point, if nothing else.
Okay, thank you. I'm inclined to ask for a vote on this at this point. It's pretty clear where it's going to go.
This is our meeting. We'd like to speak, please.
Ma'am, you've already spoken.
There's existing case law in Massachusetts. There's existing case law.
Ms. Shimkus, please. I'm going over here. No, in the back.
Debbie Demuria, 58 Flag Road. Advisory voted essentially against it, 2-4-0. I can't read it. I'd like to know from advisory why you voted against it, and I'd like to hear from the 4 members that voted against it.
Ms. Cook.
No, okay. So you just want to know why the 4 voted against the article, Mr. Maria? Not why the 2 voted for it?
I'd like to hear everything if there's time. Typically, we only hear from the people that dissent, but yeah, I'd like a summary maybe because I wasn't able to attend all the meetings, but I would like to hear from each of the 4 members who voted against.
So I'll do the against, and then someone else is going to do the 4. So the main crux of the advisory nay position on this is that we did not feel that the project was properly vetted, specifically with the use of the town road money. If you guys remember when the downtown project was approved a few years ago, we knew that that project was going to cannibalize the road money for a couple years because there was a local contribution to that project, which is what is about to begin. So we knew that. What we didn't agree on a few years ago is that we were going to add on other projects to finishing Main Street to further cannibalize that road work. So what I believe wasn't properly done is that a conversation didn't take place that looked at all of the pent-up needs for the roads around Southborough, and there's quite a bit at this point. I know I've seen people talk about Parkerville Road, et cetera. I've got a list here that shows how much pent-up demand there is to determine whether the best use of the town road money, which is not a big number, it's about $800,000 a year, was to be spent on fixing the water problem at the intersection of St. Mark's Road and 85. One thing advisory did do, and this is not scientific, it's anecdotal, but we did go back and look, Google Maps lets you do a lot of stuff. We went back and looked at the road prior to the building of the stone wall, and there was still a water problem at that point. The wall may have exacerbated it, we don't know that, but the wall didn't cause the entire problem. It was there before. But we just felt that the conversation to say, is this the best use of, it turns out it's $771,000 of town road money that's going to be spent on this project. Is that the best use of it? Given that we had already stopped working on other roads in town in order to finish the Main Street project. So that was the first big concern. The second one was the fact on the face of it, the grant did say this is a history walk grant. And therefore then to come back and not do a history walk did not seem appropriate. So that was the two main reasons that advisory, at least the four on advisory, did not support the article.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pfaff.
The pro, I guess, as much as there can be on this article. So I think for the two people in favor, we were not necessarily in favor of what happened or the process or where we were at, but it was more along the lines of where we are today, having an easement that would give the town more land than we were giving up for free was a good benefit, but just kind of ignoring all the previous pieces.
Thank you.
We'll move the question.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, please.
Well, it's just quickly is, why did advisory entertain this project when these are not, this isn't town-owned land?
It's not an advisory project. It's solely within the jurisdiction of the selectmen.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moderator,
Thank
I
you.
move the question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Healy?
My microphone's not working, but I move the question.
Well, I have to have you go to a mic. I have to have you go to a mic.
I'm at a mic, Mr. Moderator.
No. I've announced it every town meeting I've moderated. Everybody gets in line.
I move the question. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yes.
Okay.
Right here, right down here.
John Bottolini, Full Wire Circle. I drive by this every day, and I'm a developer in town, and I build roads. But I don't understand what the surprise is here, because doing my own business at the Conservation Commission, there was a public hearing right behind me about this very project, about the park, about everything. So it went through the permit process as far as I know. So I don't know the whole history of this. We got part of it tonight. But it did go through the Conservation Commission months before anybody cut any trees down or saw anything. The other thing I'm worried about is, I drive by this every day. Is there a chance this road is not going to get done? Or is there a chance this road may get put back where it was? So those are the questions I have.
In the back with the red jacket. Sorry, it's far away.
Hello, Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford Road.
Hello.
Hello. I'm speaking as both a planning board member, solely as my own representation, and as a citizen. So from planning board, we do have a right to have been vetted, and planning board never saw this. And any town road that needs to be relocated has to go through planning board. So we were never notified. My other point that I just need to make, Mr. Moderator, is this is a town meeting. When people are at the microphone, it's your obligation to allow us to speak if we have not spoken. Elected select board, you are elected members. We have chosen you as our elected officials. It is not okay for you to skirt issues when you're directly asked what is happening. Right. The way that you're behaving causes us to believe that something is not accurate, trustworthy, or credible. And so that is why you have a town meeting forum here that is concerned about what is going on in this room. Thank you.
For my own part, I'll just say that I'm always glad that these meetings are videoed. The latitude that I give for people at the mic, I think, will speak for itself if you watch the meeting. Everybody who's come to the mic has got a chance to speak, not necessarily twice, and also within the rules of town meeting that benefit everybody. And again, we'll go down here to this mic, then to this mic, for folks who haven't had a chance to speak yet. Go ahead, Mr. Challen.
Mr. Moderator, Roger Challen, 29 Oak Hill Road, speaking as a citizen. I'd like to move the question.
All right. Mr. Challen has moved the question. It's been seconded. This means that it cuts off all debate, requires a 2/3 vote. If we pass that motion, then we immediately move to a vote on the article. If we defeat the motion, then the debate can continue. So all those in favor of moving the question, please raise your cards. And all those opposed? All right, I declare a 2/3 majority. That motion carries, which means we move immediately to a vote on Article 25, as moved by Mr. Weisshahn on the screen. And just so there's no confusion, clearly I know what side Mr. Weisshahn is on. Mr. Weisshahn, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you are for the defeat of this article. I see you nodding. That's fine. So just to be clear, so folks know which way to vote if that's your intention. The motion on the floor is to approve the easements. All those in favor of approving the easements, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, I declare a 2/3 majority on the motion. The motion is defeated. Thank you. Article 26, to amend the town code regarding noise. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? We have some housekeeping left over from last night. Mr. Hamilton, a smidgen of housekeeping. On Article 10 from last night, we approved appropriation for the Water Enterprise Fund, a certain amount of money, but we did not include in that motion the sources of those funds, and the State Department of Revenue requires that we do. So I'm going to ask Ms. Malinowski first that we move to reconsider Article 10. I assume you'll pass that. We'll clean up the motion. I assume you'll pass that. It doesn't change anything by a penny in terms of FY23. Ms. Malinowski? Oh, I'm sorry. Your mic's not on, Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move to reconsider Article 10.
Receive a second. Okay, as I just explained, we're doing this just to clean up the motion practice that was done last night. Shouldn't take long unless for some reason there are questions. So reconsideration requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of reconsidering Article 10, please raise your cards. All opposed? Okay, I declare a 2/3 majority on that. So we are now reconsidering Article 10. And who's going to make a motion on that? Mr. Bennington, go ahead.
I move that $2,298,490 be appropriated for the Water Enterprise Fund, and that $216,133 be included in appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Water Enterprise Fund, and that $2,514,623 be raised as follows. FY23 enterprise revenues, $2,189,623. FY22 retained earnings, $325,000.
Does it receive a second?
Second.
Okay. So the last part of Mr. Dennington's motion is the important part for purposes of tonight, in terms of the funding sources for Article 10 that we already passed last night. So this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All opposed. All right, thank you very much. Now we are on to Article 26, to amend the town code regarding noise. That's Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move that the Article 26 is printed in the warrant and to allow the town clerk to modify town code numbering if necessary.
To receive a second? Second. All right. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves and
Thank you,
go
Mr.
right ahead.
Moderator. My name is Lee Perrin. I live at 3 Powder Mill Lane, and I've been a member of this committee. And thank you for our presentation. So, as you can see, we had just a couple of meetings, spent just a few hours trying to work to craft this bylaw, which is the result of it having been postponed from last year's town meeting. As you can see, we reviewed the existing bylaw and we examined the bylaws of many other towns in order to try to come up with something that we felt would be helpful for the town. It was a pretty balanced committee, as you can see by the members that we've listed here. One of the questions is, why a noise bylaw and why now? So we printed the rationale for the noise bylaw with the warrant, and I'm not going to repeat it for you. At the end of the day, noise enforcement is not possible in the town without having a bylaw on the books. We did a survey which had a remarkable number of people who responded to it. There are 7,600 adults in the town over 18 years old, and we had 473 people respond. There was almost a 50-50 split over whether or not we actually needed it. And the sense of the committee was that if you're in the 50% who wonder why we need it, that's wonderful for you. And if you're in the 50% who wished we had it, this one's for you. One of the questions that we received in the public forums that we ran was why we didn't use noise meters or decibel ratings. And the issue really there was that the decibel ratings didn't explain reality. You know, there's both a psychoacoustic part of noise as to how annoying noise is received, as well as whether or not the noise is actually just plain loud. The other thing that really influenced us a lot was the experience of police departments in other towns that used or attempted to use noise meters. And essentially between calibration issues and the fact that if you show up with a noise meter, they stop making the noise and then you have nothing to measure, as opposed to if you show up quietly and they don't see you and you can hear it for yourself. The police input that we had clearly stated that they would rather we created one that did not have noise, that did not include noise meters. So this is an outline of the proposed bylaw, and my colleague here, Mr. Fling, is going to give you some comments about some scenarios.
Thanks, Lee. My name's Tim Fling, for any of you that don't know me, 18 Main Street. So we kind of put some scenarios together to give you an idea of what this might mean and how it would actually be executed. So a landscaping crew today could show up at 6 a.m. and they could start working on the property next to your house. Currently, you just get to enjoy that noise in the morning. There's nothing the police can do to enforce any kind of noise restraint. With the proposed bylaw, we have some hourly restrictions for contracted work, which generate noise. That would not be allowed before 7 a.m. on weekdays, 8 a.m. on Saturdays, and currently we have it as prohibited on Sundays and holidays. Another scenario, parent has a kid. They want to sit them outside in the yard, burn off some of that energy, let them run around. Right now, there's no restriction for that. And going forward, there's no change. That type of activity is completely acceptable. We encourage that.
To a point.
It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. A family's having a barbecue on their back deck. The property beside them that recently sold, that's just a vacant lot, is being prepared for a house to be built. Right now, the construction crew can show up, they can start raising the land. You got to listen to the bulldozer, the beeping of the trucks, the chainsaws all afternoon. So that's the current situation. With the proposed bylaw, noise associated with contracted work is not allowed on Sundays, and the police would be enabled to actually do something about a phone call in that situation. And then lastly, a trash pickup crew shows up every week at 4 a.m. to empty the dumpster beside your house. So you're awakened every week. As it currently is, there's nothing you can do to stop that noise from that activity. And with the proposed bylaw, no trash collection or dumpster collection can take place in any area designated as or directly abutting a residential zone between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. So the committee listened to a lot of feedback. We tried to thread the needle as much as we could. So right now, this is just generally to make a neighborly atmosphere within the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So motion's been made and seconded. I'll take comments or questions about Article 26. Ms. Rosenblum is first.
Betsy Rosenblum, 5 Strawberry Hill Road, breaking the microphone. I note that enforcement will be through a designated police officer. I was just wondering if the acting police chief or a representative of the Southborough PD was here to speak to their position on this.
I don't know.
I can answer part of that.
Can you speak for the
I can't speak.
police?
We did ask the police chief, or the acting police chief, Lieutenant Newell, of his opinion of this article. He did come to our meeting, and he gave his support of it with the way it is. He unfortunately wasn't able to come tonight, so it's all in a public meeting, but he did give us his support in our last meeting.
All right, thank you. Down in front.
Just as a follow-up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I apologize. I have a little bit of a hard time. This is pretty consequential, and I'm a little disappointed. I know it's a crazy time for people. It's a crazy world, but it would have really been nice to hear from someone at the PD. They seem like a really essential, fundamental part of this, and I'm sorry that they couldn't be here.
Okay, thank you. Down front here.
Patrick Stanton, 24 Main Street. I think in general I'm in support of the proposed amendment. I would just like to make a suggestion of another amendment. I'm not sorry, I don't really know the method for doing that.
Oh, the motion on the floor is as printed in the warrant, so if you want to amend that, you certainly can. You have to put it in writing and bring it to the clerk.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to preview it for us? What are you thinking?
Just as a homeowner who does a lot of work themselves, during working hours, I'm not really able to do certain tasks. So I would just like to make the homeowner work noise standards section just a little more consistent, just 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., just all the time.
What is it now?
So right now it's a 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on weekdays, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays.
All right, so you want to align that, just have the same hours all 7 days a week?
Correct.
You can make that motion, put it in writing down here in the front with Ms. Hale. Go ahead, come on forward. Gentleman at the podium, where is he in your bylaw? What section is he in, just so folks can see it?
He's on
Next page.
page 40. He's talking about homeowner work noise standards, the very top of the page.
Top of page 40, if folks out there want to take a quick look while we're putting it in writing.
It would be lines 4 and 5 of the printed. Coming the printed lines.
It's easy with the computer to figure out what it was.
Can you do it?
position on whether we want to entertain? I think that the town decides. And we had to come up with something. Personally, that would not happen at 7 a.m. on my weekends. These amendments take so long. Medical Society.
Appreciate everybody's patience.
If anybody else has an amendment that they, yeah.
You know, I don't even recall if I'm sorry, sir, what's your name? What the last name? Daniel? Stanton. If his motion received a second, so why don't, thank you. Better do that. All right, can we scroll it up, Jay? Just move it a little higher. All right. The substance of the motion to amend is to strike the words 8 p.m. on weekends and insert the words 9 p.m. every day. So we're going 1 hour extra for 7 days a week in accordance with this. Right? Yeah. Any comment or question about the motion to amend? I have to go in the back first. Sir?
I'm not commenting on his amendment, no.
If you're not speaking, does anybody have a comment or question about the amendment, please?
About his amendment.
Well, you have to go to a mic, ma'am. About the amendment, sir?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Michael Weiss on 189 Corderville Road. This is amending in the wrong direction. we want more sleep on the weekends, not less. And who wants to be awoken at 7 o'clock on a weekend? I would vote to defeat this, and I hope you will as well.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you had something on the amendment?
So if we went to 8
Hold on, name and address, please.
Doris Cahill, 29 Overlook Drive.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So it says every day 9 p.m., but the start times, if I read this, are different. So it seems a little flawed. Are we going to have 7 a.m. every day to 9 p.m. or 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.? There's no start time is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the motion to amend amends it makes the end time the same every day.
Yeah, but if you say, it's just technical. If I'm saying every day, but the start time's going to be different. So I don't think it's consistent, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else on the amendment, on the motion to amend? All right, requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, that amendment fails, and we're back to the main article. And now, in the back, sir, on the main article, please.
Peter Lapine, 27 Parkerville Road. I have amendment form here. I have 2 amendments I'd like to make. I'm going to preface it with some comments.
Go ahead.
I observed many of these committee meetings as well as the public hearings and spent considerable time reviewing the survey results. Probably the #1 complaint about noise as expressed by people participating in those meetings and the survey was gas-powered leaf blowers. Almost 2/3 of the respondents in the survey mentioned gas-powered leaf blowers as their #1 concern. Secondly, to address this second part of the amendment I want to make, in reviewing various town noise bylaws over the years, it's pretty consistent the penalties towns carry with their noise bylaw ordinances. That said, I move to amend by striking the words found in Section 6, violation and penalties, after the heading. That's all the words. And by substituting the words, both the homeowner and the operator may be fined up to $50 for the first violation, $100 for the second violation, and $200 for each subsequent violation. These penalties are consistent with other Massachusetts town bylaws. And the second part is, I move to amend by adding the following words. Gas-powered leaf blowers. Gas-powered leaf blower use by any user is limited to the following spring and fall cleanup periods. Spring, March 15 to May 1st. Fall, October 15 to December 15. After the words listed in number 8, found in Section 4, Prohibited Activities.
Does that motion receive a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard a second. Mr. Lapine, if you could give that to the clerk who's coming down right now, we'll make a video. We'll make a copy of it to expedite the process. And Mr. Lapine, if you could stay at the microphone, because I may, what's that? Okay. I'm going to summarize that when I get it back, and I want you to make sure I've done that accurately. All right. Mr. Lapine's motion, there are two parts to his amendment. One is to impose penalties on both the homeowner and the operator of $50 for the first violation, $100 for the second, and $200 for each subsequent. I presume, Mr. Lapine, that the difference there is that you're including both homeowner and operator as opposed to one or the other?
The major difference between that and what's printed in the warrant?
Yes.
The language in the warrant is slap on the wrist with a wet noodle, and it times out after 60 days or 90 days, and the clock's reset. There's little incentive to comply with the proposed bylaw. My proposal is consistent with just about every other town that has a noise bylaw. Mr. Moderator.
Hold on, please.
Mr. Lapine, I have some questions for you about this amendment you're making. Could you come up here, please? When somebody makes a motion, an amendment here, I have to take it literally, whether there's a typo or not, exactly where this goes. So I don't want to make any assumptions as to where you want this before, afterwards, or in between, okay?
Mr. Moderator? Over here.
Yes.
May I make a comment on behalf of the committee?
Not yet. We have to have the motion on the floor in writing. Certainly when we get to that. For future, just while we're waiting, for future reference, if you know, and oftentimes you don't, so it's fine. This has nothing to do with Mr. Lapine, but if you know coming into a town meeting session like this that you're going to amend an article, if you have it in writing as you walk in and get it to the clerk before we even get going, that precludes what, the sort of delay we're having now. It's just a suggestion. It's not required. This is perfectly fine. So, for context of Mr. Lapine's first half of his motion, you might want to refer to page 41 of the warrant. At the top of page 41, in the proposed bylaw, there's a section 6 that pertains to violations and penalties, which is to be compared with his amendment. Where is the strike coming from?
Here it is. So he added this on. So what he wants to do, the first part is right here. He's going to strike everything right in here, from here to here. And this is going to be inserted in place of this.
He didn't say that.
But he did now by saying he wants to strike
Okay,
this.
okay,
Then the second
okay.
thing that he's adding this is an addition back here, prohibited activities. He wants to insert a number 9.
Okay, all right, that's very helpful. I'll explain that now. No, I got it. All right, so now, by way of summary, if you're looking at section 6, Section 6 says, any person or business who violates any provision of this bylaw found responsible may be fined as follows. After as follows, Mr. Lapine is suggesting we strike the rest, and we substitute both the homeowner and operator up to $50 for the first, $100 for the second, and $200 for each subsequent. He also indicates this is consistent with other bylaws. So that's the first half of his amendment. If you look at page 40, in section 4, prohibited activities has 8 items listed. Mr. Lapine would like to add a 9th, which is gas-powered leaf blower use by any user is limited to the following spring and fall cleanup periods. For spring, March 15 to May 1. For fall, October 15 to December 15. So, Mr. Lapine, have I summarized that well?
Yes.
Thank you. Comment or question on Mr. Lapine's amendment? Right here.
Thank you. Howard Rose, 2 Bantry Road. I'd like to first commend the people who worked in the committee who worked on this for the much more sensible proposal that was brought out compared to the original notes we saw on this. I would ask you consider striking down this amendment. The fees seem harsh, and more importantly, to tell someone, especially a homeowner, when and when they can't use a certain piece of equipment seems ludicrous. I would strongly work that. If the concern really is leaf blowers, I would suggest that living in the woods is not the place you should be. So please strike this down and let us work on our lawn as we care to. Thank you.
Thank you. I should have come over here first, guys. So real quickly in response, please.
So a lead parent for the committee. We feel that the penalties that we had, which were actually supported strongly by the police department in their input to the committee, were both reasonable and actually had a lot of teeth to them. They really strongly wanted to have the opportunity to be able to administer a warning for a first offense. But the second offense could occur as soon as the next day. The third offense could occur as soon as the next day after that. And each succeeding one could be in that same period of time. So you would end up, if you were, like producing noise, say, at a construction site, for like a month, you could accumulate really a number of $300 a day fines. And you wouldn't get reset back to a warning for a first offense until 180 days had passed. So we actually figured that there were quite a few teeth in that. What was the other thing, Tim?
We had the leaf blower piece.
You can talk about leaf
blower. Sure. So to move to the leaf blower piece, the committee had a long, lengthy discussion about the leaf blower side of things. And it was determined that it's too early in the infancy of an electric leaf blower and the battery life to be sustainable today. And when we did speak with the different landscapers throughout the community to get their input on what we were presenting, it was too early for them to be fully ready to switch over, and it would cause extra cost, and that would actually be transferred back to the homeowners within town that use their services. So it was determined it's just a little bit premature. It's coming forward, but it's not there yet, which is why we did not include it for today.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, the back microphone behind Mr. Lapine, go ahead. Yes.
So comments on the amendment?
I'm sorry?
Is it comments on the amendment?
Please go to the mic. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, comments on the amendment?
On Mr. Lapine's amendment,
Okay.
yes.
Hi, Lisa Dunderdale, 122 Deerfoot Road. I'm also on the Noise Bylaw Committee. And I supported the 2021 citizens petition for the noise bylaw. I do have a comment about the noise from the leaf blowers. And I know that during the public meetings as well as the weekly meetings, certainly looking at the survey, it was the #1 noise that was intrusive and disruptive to our citizens. And in this whole process, we're trying to find a balance, really hoping that people will get up and talk about the noise that they're experiencing, and for those who, and I understand this, that you may not be experiencing this noise, we really need to try to come together on this, because noise has a big impact on people's health. I know from my experience that I've got landscapers coming in early morning. They've woken me up. I've had contractors come in doing deliveries at 5:30 in the morning. But the point is it disrupts our sleep, not just our sleep, our kids' sleep. There's an impact on everyone's health. This disruptive noise can increase stress levels. It can produce cognitive decline and dementia risks for our seniors, and it negatively impacts the quality of sleep. That lack of sleep can affect how you retain information that you've learned during the day. So keep that in mind for our children too. They require more sleep than 8 hours, and the impact of that lack of sleep can impact their attention, their behavior, their learning, their memory, and just their overall mental and physical health. And, you know, I also want to mention, I am for it, and I'm giving you
Hold
my
on, hold on.
reasons.
Don't, just continue with your comment.
Thank you. And furthermore, let's not forget the impact of noise on the contracted workers as well as, at this point, they're asking for 12-hour days. So they're using those leaf blowers. They're right there, and even our town's residents, you know, there's an impact on your hearing. So it's not just hearing loss. There's lots of different health repercussions. And so, you know, you need to be mindful that it's impacting everybody's health here. And so, for the most part, we need our leaf blowers for April cleanup and fall cleanup, and in between, we can enjoy our yards because there's no leaves on the ground. Grass clippings should stay on the grass. It's good for our lawns. So yes, I support this, and there's lots of health reasons why we want to try to reduce the amount of noise as much as we can during the year in regards to these loud leaf blowers.
All right, thank you. Down here, Mr. Barlini, then I'll come over here to you, Mr. Hamilton.
John Bartolini Jr., 4 Wire Circle. I'm against the amendment. You don't need to increase the fines. The punishment is going to be that the guy is going to lose a day of work. The punishment might be more for the homeowner who may have waited 6, 8, 9 months for material. The guy shows up, the neighbor complains, maybe your own son who's sleeping late at 11 o'clock complains, and you end up losing that opportunity to get somebody to work on your house. I mean, we're in unusual times here now. Currently, me, I'm building houses, 9 months for garage doors. It's crazy, ductile iron you can't get. So you need to think a little bit more, not so much about the fines, but what this might do to all of us if we're not a little more friendly with our neighbors.
All right, thank you. Over here, Mr. Hamilton.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I'm one of those evil people that owns a gas leaf blower. And you can check me for horns later on. This particular amendment is a grotesque overreach. I do most of my own lawn care. I'm a little behind this year, and it's now the 6th of May. And so I can't use my gas leaf blower to finish up. And, if I hire somebody, they can't, so they're going to have to use a rake. And I can tell you that if you use a rake, it's going to cost me a lot more money to hire a landscape guy to do this. This is overreach on property rights. And so we should defeat this amendment.
Thank you. Ma'am, right down here.
Jennifer Permack, 7 Jericho Hill Road. I have a question or a clarification. If we're voting on this amendment, we're voting on both changes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it possible for us to separate these out into 2 separate amendments so we can vote potentially differently on each piece of it?
You can move to do that. It would be your motion to make an amendment to the amendment, and that would be subject to vote.
So I would like to move that we separate this into 2 separate amendments, that we can vote on these separately.
All right, I heard a second. All right, any comment or question on that motion? All right, requires a majority vote. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, thank you. That motion carries, so we will split Mr. Lepine's motion, and I'll just take them in order. The first half of his amendment is to change the scheme of penalties. And so I don't know that we need further comment or question because no one's at the mics on either side at this point. So with regard to the change, yes, ma'am, you going to a mic?
Yeah, just quickly, I just want to say, Jessica Devine, 1 Pinecone Lane. I do support eventually
Well, let's wait for
limiting-
that. Let's wait for
I'm sorry?
that. You have something on the penalties only.
Oh, on penalties only?
That's the half of the amendment we're talking about
sorry.
right now.
No, on the gas-powered leaf blowers.
All right, that's coming.
Okay.
In the white shirt, sir, right here.
John Mello, 10 Birchwood Drive. Just want to remind everybody that the current bylaws, penalties were endorsed by the police department.
Okay, thank you. And right behind him, yes, ma'am.
Doris Cahill, 29 Overlook Drive. I'm against this amendment to the penalties. It adds more complexity. I let someone into my yard to do work or construction. I'm not there. I get a penalty too. I'm against it.
All right, thank you. And over here, sir.
Yep. Eric Fernandez, 26 Oak Hill Road, member of advisory, speaking individually. I'm completely opposed to this amendment to the penalties. It leaves no discretion for the police officers enforcing, which is something they specifically reported wanting. Furthermore, it leaves the homeowner liable for things that are outside of our control. For example, E.L. Harvey or whoever your collection agency comes to your house outside of these hours, I'm now fined for their actions, which I truly have no recourse or control over. I think there are a number of issues here, but I think the penalties initially proposed were fair, were balanced, added up to a higher sum over time if there was an egregious offense. And again, I think the discretion to the folks who are ultimately going to have to enforce this and are going to be put in a situation to mediate between neighbors and between citizens and contractors is a really, really important point here. So I do not support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, are you in favor of the penalties?
I'm against this amendment.
All right, I think we've heard plenty of that. No offense to you, I think we're ready to vote on it, to be honest with you. So if anyone wants to get up and defend the amendment to the penalties, I'd invite you to do that. Because if you're out there, certainly you should be heard. Okay, so this is a majority vote on the amendment to change the penalties. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, that motion fails. We're now on the half of the motion to amend by Mr. Lapine that concerns adding gas-powered leaf blowers to prohibited activity. Any comment or question further that we've already heard on that? Yes, ma'am.
Jessica Devine, 1 Pinecone Lane. I do like the idea of limiting gas leaf blowers because honestly, I can't remember what it's like to have quiet. I live in what's called Kimberly Park, and if you live in a neighborhood where there's many houses, there is never, ever quiet. There are leaf blowers going from March to November every single day, because there are contractors coming in, including at my house, I fully admit, coming in to leaf blow. And I don't understand the point beyond cleanup time, I don't want my contractors using a leaf blower. I'm going to tell them this year, please stop, you don't need to leaf blow grass clippings. So I would love to see that in the future. I totally understand why it's not possible now, but I fully support that in the future. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Right down here in front. Is this about gas-powered leaf blowers? Go ahead.
Jennifer Permack, 7 Jericho Hill Road. I would just like to raise an issue that there's potentially an equity issue around here with folks who can afford or have a hired contractor who comes and cleans leaves. Is a very different situation from someone who's a single parent or may need extra time to do this. I think limiting it is problematic. That's one of the reasons why it's problematic. I don't enjoy hearing leaf blowers either, but I think that's one of the things that we need to consider.
Thank you. In the back there, and then over here.
Thank you. Howard Rose, 2 Bantry again. I think people are also getting confused. When people come to mow your lawn, the leaf blower is the very brief part of it. You're forgetting there's a lawnmower. 99% of the time you hear noise, it is the lawnmower. So if you're proposing banning lawnmowers and we don't mow our lawn, that's another issue. Leaf blowers are not the major source of your noise, except for that one time of year when we have to get rid of the leaves, which we're not proposing getting rid of. I think this is a ridiculous amendment to what had become a very sane request for a noise bylaw. I'm kind of disappointed by the privilege being shown and with everything going on. We're worried about the leaf blowers. I'm very disappointed in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, please.
Michael Weiss on 189 Cordoville Road. I'm someone who runs a landscape architecture firm. This is actually something I know something about for once. And what I can offer is that commercial leaf blowers are louder than domestic leaf blowers by many, many levels of decibels. In fact, they're so dangerous that they require people to wear head protection. That's not the case with the small gas-powered homeowners, but it is still hugely loud compared to the electric models that are available now. And for those of you who think that the electric technology has not caught up, it has. I have one of these electric blowers. It runs for 30 minutes at full stream on a charge, and it's actually more powerful than the gas blower. So in terms of environmental protection, it's great, it's a fraction of the noise, and it is really the way of the future. These commercial blowers are really dangerous to the environment, they're dangerous to the users, and they're really, as many people have said, they're terrifically obnoxious, and more of our clients are demanding firms that don't use them, and that is coming. There are firms in Concord now all over the place that are all electric, and it's the way we should go, if not for us, then just for the environment.
All right, thank you. Right in the back.
Karen Sokel, 16 Newton Street. I was just, actually, the gentleman before me who spoke made a point that I was going to make, which is that the difference in sound between the large commercial blowers, which there are institutions in the center of town that run them for 2 hours or 3 hours at a time, and you can't hear anything else for quite a long time except for that. So it's not just lawnmowers, it's definitely the blowers. But hopefully we will eventually all get to be using a better technology, as he said. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, this requires also a majority vote on the amendment to add leaf blowers to the prohibited activity list with the exceptions of spring and fall cleanup. All those in favor of the motion to add the leaf blowers, to prohibit the leaf blowers except for spring and fall, please raise your hands, your cards. All opposed? All right, that motion fails. We are back to the original motion as printed on the screen.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I'd like to make an amendment to strike, and I hate to drag this out, folks, Section 4.8, unreasonably loud and disruptive noise emitted by a domesticated animal for a duration of more than 20 minutes, defined as an average of 2 vocalizations or more permitted in that period. Ladies and gentlemen, if your dog goes bark, now that's 5 seconds. So we have to wait now another 55 seconds, and your dog goes bark and does that because he's lonely and you've gone off to work. This says that you can be reported to the police and fined. So I think this entire clause should simply be struck. We don't want to be people's pet police.
Okay, Mr. Weisson,
Okay, that's fine.
You got to put that motion on the floor, put it in writing before we speak to it. That's how we do it. And Mr. Weisson, your motion is to strike Section 8 out of, I'm sorry, Item 8 out of Section 4. Completely. Easy to understand. No need to wait for the screen. So comments or questions on striking Item 8 out of Section 4 of the proposal? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Lisa Dunderdale, 122 Deerfoot Road. I'd like also to make a motion to amend Section 3 standards, contracted noise standards.
Okay, let me just have you hold that.
Okay.
Right now, we're discussing Mr. Weisson's motion.
Okay.
Okay? Any comment or question specifically on Mr. Weisson's motion?
Mr. Moderator?
Who said that? Yes.
Lee Perrin, 3 Powder Mill Lane. The committee discussed this for a reasonable period of time. Part of the reason that we included this included that our police chief at the time, at least, Ken Paulos, had felt that the police department often got noise complaints, and they had no way of enforcing them because there was no bylaw. So somebody could have, and I'm not talking about somebody whose dog is not making really a nuisance of themselves, but somebody perhaps whose dog barks all day long, and the police couldn't do anything in order to be able to respond to this. We have put a considerable amount of discretion in the enforcement of this. I mean, it may not read that way because you have to come up with a bylaw that, sounds more strict. But certainly the intention of the police department was to be able to use their discretion, to be able to talk to, the person whose dog was making the noise, and being able to ask them whether it was possible for them to mitigate whatever the issue was. Essentially, somebody should not have to listen to a dog barking all day long. We needed to come up with a standard. This was the standard that was offered us by then Chief Paul House.
All right, thank you. In the back on the current.
Peter Lepine, 27 Parkerville. I have firsthand experience with that.
Of what?
With a barking dog.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been on the side of the person who called a complaint because I had a neighbor who had a dog, like they left their dog out and it barked. I would wait 30 minutes before I would call the police. It's not the police who respond, it's the animal control officer. And the homeowner is given 3 chances before they receive a fine. They already have a policy on the books. So this section was unneeded.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question on this, on the current motion to amend? Sir.
Peter Gundy, 5 Sunrise Drive. I was on the committee, and our research showed that there was no guideline by the animal control. It was something that they kind of spoke off the cuff, and they actually wanted and desired something that had some teeth, a guideline that they could go by. So this was more to help them.
All right, thank you. Yes?
I'm going to, John Bartolini Jr., 4 Wyeth Circle. I think it should be in here. Years ago, and I don't know, maybe Don Morris or somebody can back me up, but we had the great rooster wars on Sears Road, where there was a rooster. And I think a court case ended up over it. I'm not sure how it got settled, but the rooster ended up in the pot, and this was a big problem.
Oh, dear.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Bonnie Faniff. I did not have any rooster hearings. However, the Board of Selectmen have had dog hearings in the past when they were brought before us by the officer who was in charge of the dogs. And we have had them, we've mediated them. We've had, I believe, during my duration on the board, we had at least 3.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to amend the bylaw by striking item 8 from section 4. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of striking, please raise your cards. All opposed. All right, that motion fails. Back to the original motion. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Lisa Dunderdale, 122 Deerfoot Road. I would like to make a motion to amend, sorry, Section 3 standards, contracted noise standards. And I feel these contracted noise standards should be tightened up a bit, and I'd like to give you some of my reasoning.
Okay, yeah, for reference, she's at the top of page 40, under the heading Contracted Work Noise Standards. Go ahead, sorry.
So currently, the allowed hours are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Contracted work shall not be allowed on Sundays or holidays. And then the next section down, it's for the construction permit and demolition permit, new construction permit and demolition permit. It's allowed between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Wednesdays, and then 8 a.m. to 2 on Saturdays. So my reasoning is most people's combined...
Hold on. What is your motion?
Oh, sorry.
You haven't said what you want to change.
So I want to strike out under number 1, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and insert 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays. I want to strike out 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and insert 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays. And then under number 2, I want to strike out 7 a.m. and just insert 8 a.m. so that the start times are all at 8 a.m. And my reasoning is that most people's combined commute and workday is around 10 hours, so roughly, let's say 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And so I think the contracted work noise standards should reflect those same hours, so our residents, when they get home, they can enjoy some peace and quiet for the remainder of the day. Keep in mind, some of those people going off to work are exposed to industrial noise and loud noises in their lines of work. So when they want to come home, they want to relax. I know now a lot of people are working from home. Even our retirees could be at home all day. And this contracted work could be 12 hours based on these timeframes. So I'm thinking, let's take it back to 10 hours. It seems pretty reasonable to me.
All right, can you bring that forward to the clerk and put it in writing, please? Give him a copy if you have it already. Any comment or question on Ms. Dunderdale's? Yes, in the back left.
Mr. Moderator, Karen Sokel, 16 Newton Street. One of the things I would say, having been a person who worked outside, during the summer, you want to get an early start as you can because it gets boiling hot. And I think we should leave the time the way it is.
All right, thank you. Down here in front on my right. And then over there to you, Mr. Hamilton. Go ahead, Mr. Bartolini.
John Bartolini, Junior 4-Wire Circle. The standard in the industry is people start work at 7 o'clock. This is pretty much a standard. If you keep amending this thing, I mean, I can stand up here and pick at it all day long, too. I mean, it's not perfect for me. But, I mean, either you stop amending it and you vote what's here, or you table it. But, I mean, 7 a.m. Is when most of my guys show up, and that's when they start working. And if we get a rainy day or something, guys want to work different days or whatever. I'll work within the bylaw, but, you can't. A carpenter's not going to come to work at 9 o'clock. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you. Over here, sir.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I think most of the people who live in Southborough, and probably most of the people in this room, don't earn their daily bread working outside. Maybe there are a few that do. But there are realities to working outdoors. Early starts is one of them. 7 a.m. is pretty reasonable. If you have a roof put on your house, your roofer's going to show up at 6, or he's going to charge you more because it gets really hot on those roofs in the afternoon, and they want to get as much work as they can done. And by the way, they want to finish the job in a day, just in case it rains. So tightening these hour restrictions is a grotesquely bad idea. Finally, we ought to be celebrating the people who work this hard. We have a lot of people, a lot of them don't look like me and don't speak the same, their native language isn't necessarily my native language. We shouldn't be punishing them for trying to work hard and support their families. We shouldn't be taking away a day's pay because on Tuesday it rained and they want to make it up on Sunday. This is really a grotesque overreach.
All right, thank you. Right here.
Patrick Stanton, 24 Main Street. I am against the amendment. We recently moved into our house on 24 Main. It's a very old house and required quite a bit of work. And due to the hard work of contractors coming early every day for almost a year, we were able to live there like we do now. So I just want to reiterate that I think that contractors should be able to work the hours that best benefit the homeowner. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Peter
Last
P.,
word.
27 Parkerville. I want to address Mr. Hamilton's race card. If there's anything racist about this, it's exploiting people by working them 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, and an additional 10 hours on Saturday. That's 60 hours a week. Right? Do you work 60 hours a week?
Okay, I think you made your point.
Because I choose to.
All right, the motion on the floor is to tighten up the hours under the definition of contracted work noise standards. Do we have it in writing? not necessarily on the screen, but do we have it? Not yet? Okay. I think we're ready to vote, but we do have to make a record. If you can do it in the same amount of time. Again, while we're waiting, as a reminder, on the top of page 40 under contracted work noise standards, the first time frame is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and the proposal is to change that to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The next time frame in number 1 is 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays, and the proposal is to change that to 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Finally, in number 2, the first time frame starts at 7, and the proposal is to change it to 8. So those are the changes that are on the floor right now. Sir, do you have something additional?
Yeah, on the amendment, just a clarification. I just
Sure.
want to make sure, since we've been focused on this time for so long, I just want to make sure I understand it. This doesn't mean that a contractor can't show up at 6 a.m. and start working. It says that they can't produce an unreasonable disturbance beyond the property line that disturbs the peace before that time. Is that correct? That's the way I read it. Noise associated with the work shall be between. So if roofers show up at 6 a.m. and use ladders and carry all their stuff onto the roof and get going, and don't fire that nail gun that just sends shivers up and down our spines that causes us to get sick, then if they don't do that before whatever time we agree on, they're not going to get fined. Is that correct?
So, yes, you're right if they don't make noise.
Okay.
If that ladder rattles and makes noise and they show up at 6 a.m., then you would have the rights to call by the way that the amendment, by that earlier time, before the hours outlined. So as long as they're not making noise, it's fine. It's an okay activity.
Rattle noise?
Yeah,
Does that mean if my kids go out in the morning to the pool and start swimming and talking to each other and somebody can hear them next door, that I'm going to get fined?
Well, that's not part of the contracted work. That's not
No, I know, but it's in the paragraph of before, which causes an unreasonable disturbance beyond the property line. That's Section 3 standards, exterior noise. It's not limited to contractors. Section 3 exterior noise says any unlawful for any person at any location to create an unreasonable disturbance, which is not defined in your definitions, beyond the property line that disturbs the peace. I have a pool that's 20 feet, 15 feet from the property line, and if somebody's standing out in their yard 15 feet from my pool and can hear my children talking, according to this, I could be fined.
So this falls back to the discretion of the officer. It's
Okay.
not an activity that is. We have further defined hours under prohibited activities, item number 1, section 4. That one also acts into this. It's all about being neighborly, and that's what we're trying to empower the police to be able to answer. So you would not get fined for your kids making noise in the morning. However, if that contractor would show up with the ladder outside of the times that are there. Now, the really reason I'm using a ladder is my neighbor had his house painted. The ladders show up every morning. It rattles against the wall, bangs. It's pretty loud.
Okay.
That's why the example that I brought up right there. It's a real one that just happened. So in that situation, yes, a fine would be, or a police call would be okay, and the police would be empowered to be whatever level they are within the violations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Something new here?
Marguerite Landry, 134 Deerfoot. I'd like to move the question on the amendment, please, now.
All right. So the motion's been made to move the question on Ms. Dunderdale's amendment. I heard a second. It cuts off all debate, requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving the question, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? I declare a 2/3 majority on that motion. So now we come to a vote on the amendment proper. Although it's a majority vote, all those in favor of Ms. Dunderdale's amendment, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, that motion fails. Back to the original article, which has now survived 4 volleys. Sir.
I'm kicking my empty water bottle, and I apologize. I had a quick question, quick statement. One was, did the EDC weigh in any way on this noise policy?
I'm sorry, you said EDC.
Yeah, no, I'm generally for this. I just don't want, the few commercial businesses in our town to be driven out unnecessarily. So I'm trusting everybody in the room to be reasonable. I appreciate the laughter, but it's sort of serious. I mean, this amendment really does depend upon, I'm good with my neighbors. I communicate. When my roofers came, I told them. And it was good, okay? This is going to be for us to be responsible with our neighbors, not to abuse this. That's all I want to say.
All right, in the back here.
Karen Sokel, 16 Newton Street. I would like to thank the people who came up with this proposal, and also I think it's great that up until now we have not really needed a noise ordinance, and people have just used common sense and they go talk to their neighbors. But an incident that happened over the winter that is very timely, so I'm going to tell you about it, and it shows how the noise ordinance can be used not only to stop noise that's happening, but also to remind people of plans they might be making and how they'll affect other people. And there is a construction project going on downtown, Southborough right now, and over the past winter, the contractor decided to run, to evoke what it's like, technically is a heater, but it's actually like an enormous generator. It's at least like, it's enormous. And they've been running it 24 hours a day for 8 months. It makes a lot of noise. It actually vibrates the house, and I live two streets away. It's kept me, myself, and I'm usually a very sound sleeper, awake many nights without even a single hour of sleep. And it really could have been thought through much better. The noise ordinance would make sure that people can't put in a plan that isn't thought out more fully and how it will affect others. So I hope we vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back, Mike, sir.
I'm Chris Robbins, 39 Parkerville Road. One aspect of this element in terms of the leaf blowers, I did have a neighbor who literally had a crew with leaf blowers blowing almost a full day. It's hard to imagine, but the property's large. So in one context, this is an important bylaw. The other part, I've had my driveway redone, my roof redone, my gutters redone. They use lots of ladders. And I agree with this other gentleman, this will definitely impact the ability of workers to come to work. Jack Bartolini can't build a home because they're using saws, they're using heavy equipment, they've got the roads being tarred. So I also want to say that as far as I know, the EDC was not formally contacted for a discussion to ask for their input in how it would impact businesses. And I think that's a critical component. People work today at their own will. They're not working 60 hours a day because somebody told them they had to show up. There's pretty good rules about how much time people have to work. So I think this law has got to be very careful because otherwise all the repairs in my house couldn't be conducted with all the noise that those machines make. So I think we have to be a little more inclusive and involving the businesses in the decision process to help this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Down in front.
Marguerite Landry, 134 Deerfoot. I'd like to move the question on Article 26.
Okay. Motion to move the question. At this point, you're probably familiar, but I'll say it again. It requires a 2/3 vote because it cuts off all debate. If it's passed, then we move directly to a vote on the pending motion that's on the screen. All in favor of moving the question on Article 26, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? I declare a 2/3 majority. That motion passes. Now we move to vote on the main motion. This is a majority vote. All those in favor of literally what is printed in the warrant, because unless I'm mistaken, nothing has changed since we first moved this article. All in favor, please raise your cards. All opposed? All in favor? All opposed? Tellers, please come forward. Folks, we're going to try to do this as fast as possible. Make sure they can see your cards. And as a reminder, you have to be in your seats in front of the back wall. So far, I haven't done. All in favor of Article 26, please raise your green cards. My lightning fast tellers are coming through. You're voting on the main motion to pass the noise bylaw. Yes, in support. All in favor, yes. Jim, we're not going to do it by row anymore. That's taking up half the time. All right, I'll get new ones.
Hopefully you'll put it to door.
I think they're overthinking it. I mean, you can just see with your eyes who's holding up a card.
You are dead wrong.
Okay.
I don't do cards, I do voice, and then I do standing. So you can see them, and then I'll count them myself.
I think voice is bad because some people yell out.
I know, I mean, I ask people not to yell, but then I do it like, all right, let's try it again. And then I do standing. I don't like cards because every town meeting someone says, I got my card.
Or they somehow use them while they're here. You guys are all set here? Okay, keep your cards up, please.
Excuse me, Sarah. The instructions say somebody standing doesn't count. Instructions clear as a bell on that.
What's the instruction?
Somebody standing, they don't count. You have to be in this seat.
No, that was a selectman who walked back from the bathroom.
That's his problem.
Roger, you guys all set? Yes? All right, come forward, please. Who's... Michelle, you guys set? Okay, come on forward. Yes, so all those with their hands up can put them down, and we'll get this count. Are you guys are all set over here, right? Oh, come on over. Jim, are we counting both sides first and then tallying?
They were supposed to stay where they were. You say put the hand down, lift your knees, and they're good to go.
Right, and then are they coming back to you, or are they going to count the nose?
They were supposed to count the nose. They were
Okay,
supposed to stay where they were.
that's okay. All right. All those opposed, please raise your cards. Come on. You're making this painful so we get it quicker. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling me, mister. You old sailor. Hey, if it were me, I'd do the same. You guys can come on. Again, while we're waiting, is Mimi Luttrell here? Do you mind? Sorry.
Okay, can you ask them both to come up here, please, Sally and Michelle? Yeah. Here you go. Thanks. Them both come up. No, just have them come up. Sally, you and Michelle come up, please. I can't tell what you mean by this here. What does that represent? 0, 1. Okay, just put one line horizontal through it, put a 0 next to it. Okay, thank you. That's good. No, good. Thank you. That's how we used to prove telephone numbers for doing stuff, just add the numbers. Add up the numbers? Add up the phone numbers, yeah. Yeah, make sure you have the right numbers for putting them up in the report. It was easy, it was actually easy to do.
Next time, Jake, you can explain.
Sure, it's easy to do. Actually learned this in the California supermarket.
I did that
Back in the day. Yeah. There was a guy I worked with that actually was able to do this without with the keys on the board, which was bizarre. Let's double check this one, Ray. Yep. Okay, great. So the
No, I'm glad it's close, because otherwise I'm an idiot for counting it. So my track record in counting votes is intact, because it's close. But the article had, to approve the motion on 26 is 69. Yeah, 69 for, 61 against, so the motion carries. Article 27, amend town code regarding trees. Ms. Luttrell. Yes, but then we get to the end, we can definitely postpone it if we don't have time.
Mr. Moderator, I move to indefinitely postpone Article 27.
Does that receive a second? All right, Ms. Luttrell, can you explain what's going on with this?
Certainly. I am fully prepared to present this article. However, in the interest of only having 2 nights of town meeting, and being collaborative and cooperative, the planning board will postpone this article till the fall. It'll be the first article at the fall town meeting, and we have a policy in place with the select board ensuring us that no trees will come down between now and then without a hearing.
So you also said you're going to be first on the next warrant. How do you know that?
Ms. Malinowski told me.
And that's on video now, so.
Oh, except for hearings, after hearings.
Right, right.
Sorry about that, Chelsea.
Okay, the motion's been made to postpone this article indefinitely. It requires a majority vote. We can have discussion or debate on it if you want, but I think the insulation that Ms. Luttrell and Mr. Morris have given the proposal that keeps it intact till the fall, or at least protects it as coming back in the fall, more precisely, is pretty good. So, all in favor of indefinite postponement on Article 27, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, well done. Article 28, motion carries. Article 28, Scenic Roads. Mr. Morris.
Good evening, Don Morris, Planning Board. Article 28, to see if the town will vote pursuant to the recommendations of the Planning Board to designate the following town roads, and those are listed in the warrant. Not currently designated as scenic roads, other than those specifically excluded by state statute as scenic roads under the provisions of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 15C, and to instruct the Planning Board in exercising responsibilities thereunder to take into consideration sound planning principles, aesthetics, preservation of natural resources, as well as public safety, or do or act anything in relation thereto.
Does it receive a second? That was all a motion, by the way. All right, it's been seconded. Mr. Morris.
Just to respond to an earlier comment using my name, Jack, although those roosters lived on a scenic road, they were not in the public right-of-way which is the limit of this warrant article. This is not new. It's a long overdue update to the town scenic road designations. Warrant Article 28 is the fourth scenic road article proposed at Southborough Town Meeting, and it falls under the State Scenic Road Act. The Scenic Road Act is in Title 7, Cities, Towns, Districts, in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Powers and Duties of Cities and Towns. Section 15C, Scenic Road designations, improvements, and fines. Just to be clear, trees that are dead are managed by the tree warden. The act begins with, quote, upon recommendation or request of the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, or Historical Commission, any town may designate any road as a scenic road. As I said, this is the fourth time we've had a scenic road warrant article. The first three were recommended by Southborough's Conservation Commission. This article is recommended by the Planning Board. You can see that the program started small, but in 1978, the people felt that protection for some roads should be protection for all roads. And that added 97 more roads. The Scenic Road Act is silent regarding what criteria or guidelines must be used to qualify the roadway for designation. Many cities and towns have established their own guidelines, which are usually general in nature. You can see from the list here, our neighboring towns and many, many others around the state have established guidelines. Southborough currently has no guidelines for what constitutes a scenic road. Why create scenic road designations? They help preserve New England's streetscapes. Trees and stone walls enhance the look and feel of the town and your neighborhood. Improved public tree management will result in removal of dead trees, proper care of living trees, and thoughtful planting of new trees. Currently, I'll get to that in a second. Trees and stone walls at designated scenic roads receive a higher level of protection. There's a joint public hearing with the tree warden and the planning board, and those are usually in the evening. Roads that are not designated as scenic still have their trees protected. Their stone walls are not, and that protection is with the tree warden. And those public hearings are usually held during the day or at the actual location of the trees. Southborough currently has 183 public ways. All have trees protected by Chapter 87's Section 3, which is the public shade tree law. Of the 183 public ways, 115 have protection under the Scenic Road designation, Chapter 40, 15C, trees and stone walls. It's been 44 years since we have designated a scenic road. In that time, 68 additional roads have been built and approved as public ways. Your vote will bring these newer roads to the same level of protection as the other 115 roads designated as scenic. This will most likely result in more tree hearings by the planning board and the tree warden. But it's a very valuable process with more public access and fully supported by your elected planning board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Comment or question on Article 28? In the back is first.
Robert Reeder, 4 Blendon Woods Drive. I just need to understand on a scenic road, when you say trees that are wholly within private property are unaffected, does that mean a tree in an easement is or is not next to the road? Because your private property has town easements. Is that a protected tree or not?
I guess it would depend on the nature of the easement.
Okay. Well, let's say I live on Blended Woods Drive, which you're going to make a scenic road, which is great, and I have a tree that is, I don't know, I'm going to say 5 feet from the road in a flower bed next to the curb. And I assume that's in an easement if the town ever needed to do something on the road. I'm just curious.
Are you using the word easement in the same terminology as the public right-of-way?
I think so, and I may be doing that incorrectly. All I know is that if the town wanted to come along and dig up part of my flower bed to do something in the road or whatever, I assume that as part of my deed, I have given them the right to do that.
If it's in the public right-of-way, then it's not in your deed.
Then okay, then I just may be mistaken, okay.
And I've just been told by town council that in the vernacular, a tree in the easement is protected by this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jack.
John Bottolini, 4 Wyeth Circle.
No roosters, Jack, come on.
I think maybe you and I are the only ones that remember them. Anyway, I'm kind of complimented here that I had like 5 roads that I built that are on this list. But then I find my own Wyeth Circle where I live is on that. So I have a question, is that does the tax man look at these roads differently, and are we taxed more for these this honor that you're bestowing on us? Does anybody know? Does the assessor know?
Are you saying you're being taxed for the...
I'm asking you if the assessor looks at these scenic roads and neighborhoods that we're living in different than if you weren't designated a scenic road.
I've never heard that asked, and I've never seen that in any of the research that I've done in the towns that I've looked at.
I don't know if the planning board would know. I don't know if the assessor...
Is the assessor here? He was here yesterday.
So we don't know.
I think we don't know.
All right, the other thing I noticed is that most of these roads are newer roads. They're probably, most of them are less than 50 years old. Is that correct?
Yes, 1978.
All right, is there a reason why the subdivisions that I built or that my family built or other builders built, all of a sudden, we're doing a great job, I guess, but are they, is there a reason that we went for cul-de-sacs and things like that?
Well, whether it's a dead end or a through street, the research that we've done shows that the Southborough subdivision rules require the planting of trees in what will be the right-of-way. Some of the other towns don't require that. So a 40-year-old, 30-year-old street that is part of a subdivision, yes, it's considered a newer road, but they do have trees planted in the right-of-way, and they have. And one of the reasons that we're doing this is to have those roads have the same level of protection as the roads that were designated up through 1978.
Okay. Because when I think of a scenic road, I think of White Bagley Road or Deerfoot Road or even Main Street going down by the reservoirs or something like that. I don't think of my little street that's probably only 500 feet long that goes up in a cul-de-sac and comes out with only 4 or 5 houses on it. So I was just wondering about that. All right,
I
that's
think,
fine.
I think the effect of this, if I may say, Jack, is the practical effect is after this, if this passes, no public stone wall or tree can be
Right.
molested without a hearing, period.
That's what we're doing.
That's what we're
just
doing.
Regulating your front yard with trees and stone walls.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Tim Fling, 18 Main Street. The last gentleman just kind of hit on a couple of the points that I was going to make, but one of the things is, like, I'm for scenic roads. I'm for the idea that there's a protection going on to help the stone walls, the trees there not get cut down without the proper due diligence. The thing about what we have in front of us today is that it's a blanket agreement. It's to get every single street, every single thing that's in the town protected with extra rights that make us go through hearings every single time somebody wants to do something, whether it's personal or town. I would like to see a more refined list instead of the one that's presented. I don't think I can support the way that this stands today with everything just as a blanket agreement going across the board. Thank you.
Mr. Morris, do you want to address the limits of this?
Right, most towns don't do it this way, you're right. But in 1978, I think the people felt at that time that all the streets in the town, if some of the streets are considered scenic, then all of the streets should be, and get this level of protection, stone walls and trees. And so that passed in 1978, and that kind of set the table for the future way that the town would manage the protection under the scenic roads.
So, but I think you made a distinction between private and public. And the protection of the Scenic Roads Act, if that's what it's called, is public walls and trees only. Your trees in the middle of your yard are safe.
If I understand it correctly, the public right-of-way is 24 feet off the center of the street. So if you have anything in your front yard that falls within that 24-foot range, you are now classified as being in the public right-of-way. So if you have something in your front yard that's, the street, 8 feet, 10 feet, sidewalk of 2 or 3 feet, you're now still within that 24-foot span that goes back pretty far. So if you're on a larger street that, goes a little bit further, you're completely in your front yard in a homeowner's property.
This does not affect private property. It only applies to stone walls and trees in the public right-of-way, which, in the town of Southborough and many of the other New England towns, is a variable width. Some towns are 2-rod roads, some are 3, and the pavement itself can vary within that right-of-way.
So what's the minimum with the variation that would be throughout the towns? Is it 12 feet? Is there more? Is it less?
Don, if you want, I can
Go ahead,
respond
please.
to this. So our public ways are kind of made up of kind of two kind of categories with some gray area in between. The first set of public ways that we see more frequently these days are the subdivision ways, which kind of conform to what you're suggesting. There's a set of requirements of what you have to do. There's so many feet off the center line unless the planning board waives it, and that usually includes sidewalk and a little bit of front yard. So to that extent, the right-of-way could extend a decent amount into grass that you count as your front yard. The other kind of public ways that we have are the older ones, some of them very old, where the right-of-way literally could be at the edge of pavement. We probably have some 20-foot public ways in this town where your property is literally right next to the pavement. And if you had a tree there, it doesn't matter if it's 9 feet off the center line. If it's not in the defined public way as shown in the registry on the plans that make up that right-of-way, then it wouldn't come under the auspices here.
So with the current the list that's brought forward, most of those are more recent. Would they be falling in the current category of a certain distance off the public right-of-way as a generalization for what's on the list?
I think it's fair to say as a generalization, if they're roads created since the adoption of subdivision control, which likely many of them are, or anything, I think, post-1978, then there's a good chance that the majority of those would have at least some amount of right-of-way beyond the pavement. The other thing, though, you have to keep in mind is that the right-of-way we make wider than the roadway pavement itself for a number of reasons, to accommodate a sidewalk, but also to accommodate changes in where that pavement will go over time. The DPW, the town may choose to flatten out a curve, for example. So rather than that pavement being down the middle, that pavement could actually kind of meander through the right-of-way a little bit in some instances, and that changes over time subtly. So it's not universal that it's dead center in the middle every time either.
Okay, but for the most part, the list in front of us today would have a public right-of-way roughly 24 feet from the center line of the road.
Well, again, I don't want to say roughly 24 because not everything is a minor or major road or whatever, but some amount of shoulder will be included.
So a portion of people's front yards with sidewalks or with rock walls or trees could be affected by us passing this tonight.
Yes.
Only to the extent that if it's on a scenic road, it requires a public hearing.
But wouldn't every road be a scenic road if we pass this?
Say that again, please.
Would every road in town currently built today be a scenic road if we pass this tonight?
Yes.
Everything since 1978 will become a scenic road, therefore every single road in town, everything on the list today, would be up to these restrictions that scenic road designation carries.
If it's a public way, yes.
Thank you.
All right, over here.
Mark Davis, 13 Schuyler Drive. I live on one of Jack Bartolini's subdivisions. I also had the pleasure of being the chairman of the planning board 25 years ago. And we had a landowner that decided he wanted to rehab his front yard, removed a whole portion of the stone wall, knocked down some trees, put in grass where he had never been able to grow it. Town planner spotted it, notified the planning board. We called him in for a public hearing. He came in with 25 of his neighbors and then extolled us up and down as to why he's here. He doesn't know what he did. And the whole evening was spent on educating them on what the Scenic Road Act was. It took us 4 hours to get him to donate a tree to the tree farm, and we released him. During the hearing, I asked, what happened to the stones? Oh, the landscaper decided he would reduce the price and he took the stones away. It's 30 years later. We do not have a set of standards that tells us, the homeowners, how we should maintain this strip. What is permitted, what we can do, what we can't do. You're adding every subdivision that's come into play since the 1978, and I would say almost every single one of these are neighborhoods. They're neighborhood roads, they're very minor roads, a lot of them have sidewalks. No one knows what's going to be expected of them. And that's been the problem with the Scenic Roads bylaw for years. It is the problem with the previous article. It tells us everything we can't do, but it doesn't explain what we can do. And some of the things we're doing really aren't correct. So my point is that all of these neighborhoods need an education process. You held a public hearing, but 2/3 of the people in this town probably live on these roads, and they don't know the impact of what this is saying. For me personally, my subdivision did not require street trees. In 1986, I decided to plant street trees. I hired my landscaper, who was worked in with the Framingham Tree Department. and he suggested putting in, I wanted to put in sugar maples. And he informed me, no, they wouldn't last so close to the road. So we put in a different kind of maple. I won't say which one it is. And I've maintained the darn things. 2 have died. I replaced them with another variety of maple. That tree now, 30 years later, is not being permitted to be planted in a lot of the towns in the area. I have a concern that once the scenic road comes in, the tree warden's going to come knocking on my door and tell me that I have 7 trees that I've maintained that are nuisance trees, and they probably need to be removed. And oh, by the way, you have to pay for a public hearing and you have to pay to remove them. This is the kind of education we need as residents before we take this step. Not one of these roads is more than 30, 35 years old. So these are much more modern roads than Middle Road and Parkerville Road and some of the others that are around in 1978. But when people on the roads that are now scenic don't fully understand the impacts of this law, and it's been around since 1978, I would hazard a guess that 3/4 of the people that live on these subdivision roads don't understand what's required and what the expectations are, how we can best maintain it. So I urge, whether it gets defeated, whether it gets tabled, it can be brought up later, but I think there's a much bigger education process that needs to be done.
Thank you. Same microphone, please, ma'am.
Hi, Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road. I have a question before I make a comment. Donnie, can you clarify? The public right-of-way is not people's private property, is that correct? You're not
Correct.
paying taxes on it, you don't own it.
Correct.
So it's not your property, it's not, if you have lawn or gardens on it, you are basically on public town-owned property. It's not your yard, and you're getting free use of it, which is wonderful. You're not paying taxes on it, and those trees aren't yours, they belong to the public, to the whole town. So having a hearing to take it down or to dismantle a stone wall and take it away when it's a public value, not your private property, if you put a tree there or you put a garden there, you're doing so, you're basically squatting in some way, right? You get the use of it. So now, here's a bylaw that says if you want to take away something that belongs to the whole town, you just need to have a hearing and discuss it and get permission. And I believe if the warden comes and says you have to take a tree down, he's not going to make you pay for a hearing because he's coming and telling you. I could be wrong there, and correct me if I am. But I think there's a big, and as we talked about education, people think that the public right-of-way, because it's in front of their house, is their yard. It's not. Go find your deed, go have your land surveyed, see where your edge of your property is. That's all you're paying taxes on, and that's all you have the right to expect to have authority over what happens to the public trees that are for all the townspeople. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
If I could just address the previous speaker. This is part of that process that Mr. Davis was saying as far as getting more knowledge, more of a structured program to protect our public trees and stone walls. The scenario that Mr. Davis brought up is already protected under the public shade trees. Massachusetts law, Chapter 87, Section 3. You're required to have a hearing for the scenario that you brought up. So, yes, we do need, this is a piece of what the planning board and hopefully the selectmen and the DPW are working on to have a more structured, a better program of managing our public ways. And right now, they're all protected. All public ways are protected under Chapter 87, Section 3. This adds that the 68 new roads will be protected in addition to the ones already under the scenic road designation, which protects the trees and the stone walls.
Can I, because you asked me to, you were commenting to me, through the moderator, may I respond to that?
I think he was responding to the previous gentleman.
Can I respond to my prior comment before I sit down?
Well, I've got to let some other folks speak. Freddie, respectfully, down here, and then we'll come over here.
Matt Probst, 31 Woodland. Mr. Moderator, would it be possible to get a brief summary of the thoughts of the advisory, the quorum in advisory that were in favor, followed by the quorum in the select board that were opposed?
All right, let's do it in that order then. Ms. Cook, do you want to speak about advisory support?
Eric was pro.
Eric, you want to do this one? So we'll do the pro and the con.
Hey, look at that, it's on. In terms of support for, honestly, I don't believe we really have a lot to add to what has been expressed here. We believe that creating uniformity creates consistency, which is easier to educate the public, creates a uniform system for protection of these stone walls and these trees on public lands. So we refer support of it.
Does the one want to speak, Ms. Cook?
So it was basically a debate and advisory between wanting to protect trees and stone walls. We want to protect the character of Southborough, which I think most people do, versus creating more bureaucracy in hearings, et cetera. Planning board, we had a meeting with planning board and select board, it was a joint meeting, and they told us that they were fine with a lot more hearings. It was perfectly fine with them. So it really was a debate between wanting to provide more protection, but also not creating a lot more bureaucracy.
All right, thank you. Selectman, Mr. Dennington.
Yes, so the select board took a vote, I think 4-1, not to support this article. And here are some quick points, I think, why our vote came out the way it did. So I don't think it's accurate to say that by designating a road a scenic road, that ensures that there's a hearing before a tree in the public way is removed, because under the Public Shade Tree Act, there already would be a hearing. It would just be a hearing before the tree warden. So I think Ms. Cook is correct that it really gets to the level of hearings. So if every road in the town is a scenic road, then every tree on every street, which is within the public way, has to have a joint hearing before the planning board and the tree warden. And that just creates an additional level of delay, permitting. And so here, a hypothetical example would be a tree which is within the public way, but for example, there's like a couple feet off of the pavement, but it is close to your driveway, and the tree becomes overgrown, the roots become really big, the roots start to uproot your driveway. There's a concern there about how many hearings do you need to have a determination about whether a tree like that could be trimmed. Also, a basic point here is that if every road in the town is scenic, then effectively no road in the town is scenic. One thing I think is interesting, if you drive through, I was just driving through today actually, Medway, Holliston, Hopkinton, these towns, the towns which are designated as scenic roads actually have a little special sign on them that says scenic road. So I think that process educates people to the concern that Mr. Davis was speaking about the ordinary person thinks, oh, what is a scenic road? And they learn about this process. In an ironic way, designating every road as a scenic road really, I think, undermines the level of awareness about what a scenic road is. And the argument that it would be too hard to determine on a street-by-street basis what roads are scenic and what roads aren't, I think it actually, a lot of towns do have some standards. Are there existing stone walls there? Are there scenic views? It really wouldn't be that difficult, and the Scenic Roads Act should really be used to protect the overall look and feel of the town, and a lot of these streets really don't affect the overall look and feel of the town. But Mr. Stivers voted for it, so do you want to say why you voted for it?
I think trees are a critical asset for the town. I think should do everything we reasonably can to protect them, so I voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is down in front here, please.
Marguerite Landry, 134 Deerfoot. Don, would it be humanly possible to put the first slide of your presentation back up?
Can somebody do that? I'd like to.
I do have a point.
Hold on, Don. Hold
Yeah.
on. Let her ask a question. This one?
Nope, the first one of all.
Scenic roads.
That is the first
Scenic roads.
one. What do you got?
Yes.
Ah.
Okay, you see that big tree? That tree is no longer there. And you see that red house? That's my house. This tree was like 150, 200 years old. I had Bartlett Tree come and look at it. The DPW cut it down. They didn't have a hearing, as far as we know. They said it was too old and it was going to drop a limb. It just went. We fought for a long time. We complained, but they took it down anyway. That's a scenic road. It had stone walls. They're all gone too. So don't be lured into thinking that scenic road is going to solve the whole problem. It doesn't really protect a lot of the trees. This is wonderful. I support it, but there needs to be a lot of other processes in place. And there needs to also be a philosophy. If you have an old tree like this that's been around since, it's 3 people can't get their arms around it or couldn't. Is there something the town should be doing to keep these trees alive instead of just chopping them down because they're old trees in the way? I just think that this is a good start, but don't be lured into thinking that it's going to save any trees or save any stone walls unless the people who live along those streets come to the meetings and request hearings. And Andrew, I respectfully disagree. I think that a lot of paperwork is worth it to save trees for towns. That's my thoughts.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, could I just address what Mr. Dennington, he indicated that there's more bureaucracy. Either way, there's one hearing. It's either a hearing with one person, the tree warden, or if it's on a scenic road, there's one hearing with the tree warden, a joint hearing with the tree warden and the planning board. If there's extra bureaucracy, it's for the planning board. But that's what we're here for, to serve the public. So from the neighbor's point of view, there's one hearing. But you're getting heard by not just one person during the day or at the tree site. You're getting heard at a joint hearing, usually in the evening when people can get there. And again, planning board has said several times in public, we're willing to take on these extra hearings because there is a problem. There's a problem in the town relative to the management of the public trees. And part of that is education, and part of that is enforcement. And by adding these additional 68 trees, it provides that extra level of protection, not just for the trees, which are already protected under Chapter 87, Section 3, but it adds the extra protection for the stone walls.
Thank you. All right, something new here?
Yes. Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon, also member of the planning board. Marguerite, stay tuned for the fall town meeting for the tree protection bylaw. And the planning board is trying to put together a streamlined, easy process. And having joint hearings with the tree warden and the planning board is a more collaborative, more open and transparent process. Is that all I was going to say?
All right, thank you. That's all right.
Thank you.
Next.
Debbie Demuria, 58 Flag Road. I'm in support of this article. I think there is a large education component, and I understand that people in the room may not have thought about this much. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I don't see what is the problem with having extra protections for the things that we love most in Southborough. And the top two things are our trees and our stone walls. And I just want to say that one thing that occurred to me, when we looked at some pictures, I think, that might have been on the video earlier on of the St. Mark's project, the thing that really struck everybody were the trees, and there was a little stone wall that was removed. Now, we might not have thought about St. Mark's Street as being a scenic road, but it is. And the stone wall was removed, and there were a couple of public shade trees that were also removed. And we need more protections so that, and more education, but we need more protections essentially, because we don't know what we're missing until it's gone. So I support this article.
Thank you, and right behind you?
Yes, thank you. As I stood here, it struck me, and it plays into what I want to say. Oh, sorry, Robert Reeder, 4 Blenden Woods Drive. The two very specific and tragic examples of the loss of trees and stone walls were not done by private citizens. They were done by the DPW and our government. My concern is they're asking us to put our faith in them, to make our town, our roads scenic, to protect the trees, which I'm in favor of. But I have no faith that they will protect our trees, especially since they have postponed the rules that they wanted to put in place for protecting those. So they're asking me to approve my road becoming a scenic road and those trees being fall under some law that they haven't decided what they're going to put together yet. I move that we indefinitely postpone this motion, and they bring it up the way they did today after the tree proposal, so when they say this is the rules of how trees are protected that both the government and the citizens abide by, then we can move to make these scenic roads. So I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
All right, so that.
Second.
The motion's been made to indefinitely postpone. It's been seconded. Comment or question on that motion only? All right, seeing none, the motion requires a majority vote. If it passes, then this article will be disposed of at this town meeting, and it will need, it possibly comes back in some form on some future warrant. All those in favor of indefinite postponement, please raise your cards. All those opposed? All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the motion carries. So we will indefinitely postpone Article 28. Article 29, amend Town Code Trails Committee.
Thank you. Hello?
Lisa,
Hello?
you doing it?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay. Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the article as printed in the warrant and to allow the town clerk to modify town code numbering if necessary.
So receive a second? All right. Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. This article replaces the current ad hoc Southborough Trails Committee with a standing committee. The existing committee was established in 2013 and has proven to be effective at establishing and maintaining trails. This bylaw makes it a permanent committee with clear responsibilities and a more flexible organization. And Ms. McKee has a presentation.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Catherine McKee, Trails Committee Chair, and I'm here today to talk about Article number 29, which is the Trails Committee bylaw. I hope everyone's had an opportunity to look at the FAQ we had at the table. It talks about what we're going to talk about today. So rather than go through a slideshow that's text heavy, we put together a slideshow of pictures that represent all the work the committee's done with the help of volunteers since it was formed in 2013. Please sit back and enjoy the pictures while we talk about why you should vote for this bylaw. During this slideshow, you're going to see some familiar faces, scouts, their parents, friends, neighbors, committee members, community volunteers who have helped and continue to help to maintain the trails for years. As you look through these slides, I want you to take note of how many volunteers have supported trails throughout the years. It's pretty amazing. It takes a lot of work to maintain the trails. It takes a lot of people, it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of effort. That goes into organizing and doing this work. We all love the trails, nature, and outdoors, which is why we volunteer to do this, and we're happy to do so. We're also very grateful to have the support to get what we need to done, and we recognize how blessed we are to have such beautiful resources, natural resources, in our backyard. So tonight, we're asking you to continue to support trails by voting for this bylaw. The bylaw is important to us for several reasons. The committee is one of 3 in town who perform manual labor outside of our monthly meetings. Trails Committee has 5 voting members, and we currently have 2 non-voting associate members serving on the committee. Associate members add value to our committee, which translates into more help from members who are familiar with the trails and that help us get the work done. This also means it's more opportunity for you to volunteer with us. You don't need to commit full-time to be an associate member. It opens up the opportunity to leverage folks who might not be able to otherwise help because of bandwidth constraints. The committee maintains between 7 and 9 miles of trails in town, not counting the 1.9-mile trail that we may be opening by the end of this year. This is just over 10 miles of trails, give or take. This bylaw not only converts the committee into a standing committee, but it makes the committee structure more permanent. The current structure has been in place for 6 months. We added associate members, which was voted on by the select board last year, and it's been going really well. The 2 associate members have provided us about 40% more labor than we had before. That's more labor to help with projects, initiatives, and trail maintenance. Associate members do not impact quorum, and if you've ever been a town volunteer, you know what that means. The non-voting associate members are being used by communities throughout the state in this capacity, so this is not a new structure. Most of the committee handbooks for these communities all say the same thing. It's a great way to become familiar with a committee's work before taking on responsibility of a full-time member, if that's what you choose to do. You maintain institutional knowledge if other members leave. More hands to help accomplish work and pitch in. For example, Town Forest Committee in Ashland, the Land Stewardship Committee in Acton, and the Rail Trail Advisory Committee in Weston. That's why it's important to us. Even though we organize work parties and volunteers, oftentimes we can do the routine maintenance ourselves, a few hours here and there. It simplifies the process, less effort organizing volunteers, and not everything requires a work party. Much of the work takes place summer, spring, and fall. Associate members allow us to have more coverage during peak vacation schedule, which is extremely beneficial. And let's be honest, the last couple of years, we've all been stuck at home. Many committee members were available to do extra trail work and a few extra projects. I encourage you to look at page 49 of the annual report to see what was accomplished in 2021. It's a silver lining of COVID, maybe, but it's not sustainable. Now that things are getting back to normal, it's going to be more difficult to schedule committee members to do the work, and we have a lot of good projects in the pipeline. So more members will be helpful in addressing the issue and will provide a more sustainable, long-term plan to accomplish our mission. Why is this important to you? Trail maintenance can be completed in more timely and consistent manner. Trails will be in better shape for all of us to enjoy, and you won't have to issue us any complaints about the trails needing maintenance. We can be more proactive about finding grants to support future projects, and we'll have more bandwidth to offer more programs, like guided hikes, nature walks. For example, the Trails Committee is partnering with Southborough Youth Family Services to honor Mental Health Awareness Month and hosting a forest bathing walk. Registration is open. You can go to Trails Facebook page to register on May 15th. We listened and incorporated feedback. We did not create the bylaw in a vacuum. We sought feedback from 10 other committees, commissions, boards, and stakeholders. We sought legal counsel's review, touched base with Mass AG's office. We asked for input, we incorporated input, and we did our due diligence. We put a member conduct policy in place to ensure that open meeting law and the conflict of interest laws were enforced for all members. We're asking this bylaw to be voted forward as written because we know through experience that this is good for Trails Committee, and we've confirmed that this is also good for Southborough. The bottom line, we're asking you to vote forward the bylaw tonight. I want to end by saying thank you to all who have ever volunteered with Trails, past, present, and future. We couldn't do what we do without you. And to Recreation, DPW, the town staff, and the collaboration with other boards, committees, and commissions, local stakeholders, MWRA, DCR, Land Trust, and other communities. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your vote.
All right, thank you. Comment or question on Article 29? Yes. Mr. Haggerty is approaching the microphone. Mr. Haggerty, before we talk, before you speak, can you confirm that you have recused yourself from your clerk duties as regards this article and assign those so that you're just speaking as a lay citizen?
I'm actually, Mrs. Berry is fulfilling the role as the town clerk for this article, but my comments are based not only on my residency, but also on my experience as the town clerk.
Experience, but you're not engaging on this article
Correct.
as the
Yep.
town clerk?
Exactly.
All right, go right ahead.
Okay, my name is Jim Haggerty. I live at 14 Maple Crest Drive, and I have filed an amendment. Could you put that on the screen, please? And if you would, if you have the warrant in front of you, look at page 50, the top paragraph. These are really technical changes here. When you saw the presentation, the gist of it is they want to have 5 voting members. It's what most people would think of it. And if you look at the first line of the first paragraph at the top of page 50, it uses a phrase about halfway across. The Trails Committee shall consist of no more than 5 voting members. And then the next line, a couple lines down, it says, a quorum shall be a simple majority of the voting members. Well, most people, and this is where I put my town clerk hat on, and those of you who've been on boarding committees know that I am the open meeting law. You don't want to get that phone call from me because people don't like to take phone calls from me, just trying to keep people out of trouble. Most people would read this and think this means that, well, it's going to be a body of 5 people, and the quorum would be the majority of the members. So you have a 5-member board, you'd need 3 people at a meeting to hold a quorum. So if there were 5 people appointed and 2 people left, you'd still have to have 3 members to hold a quorum. That's not the way this is worded. That is not what it means. And town council could correct me. I've already spoken about this. So my change is very simply to change the word, first of all, in the title, eliminate the word quorum. And then where it says no more than, just to change the phrase to say which shall consist of 5 voting members. So that means the Board of Selectmen would appoint 5 voting members. That's how we typically do it. And then strike the line altogether that defines the word quorum. Because the way this is phrased right now, if there were 5 members appointed and 2 left, there'd be 3 people on the board. But the way this is written, the quorum would be only 2 people. And in fact, if there were only 2 members on the board for whatever reason, a quorum would be 2 people then. And that doesn't make sense for a board that is going to be dealing with grants and money and so forth. So the changes are technical changes. Oh, finally, the last thing is to remove the line that says each voting member shall be a resident of the town, because it's already addressed in section 9 in another part of the bylaw that describes that. You know, we don't have to address that a ruler is 12 inches long here. So the changes I'm making here are technical in this, but in the sense that it ensures that a quorum of this board will be 3 people. And I think that if you're dealing with a board that wants to deal with grants and other monies in relationships with other organizations, you want to have at least 3 people making the decisions. So that's the gist of why I'm making this particular amendment. So I move the amendment that I've submitted.
All right, any comment or question on Mr. Hegarty's amendment? All right, seeing none, it's a majority vote. All those in favor of Mr. Hegarty's amendment, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Mr. Hegarty's amendment passes. We're back to the main motion now, including the amendments that you see on the screen. Comment or question now on the modified motion?
Okay, I actually have a second amendment to make, please.
All right, let's take that first then.
Okay, the second amendment I've already submitted. Would you put that up there, please? This amendment addresses the issue of associate members.
Can you scroll it up a little, Jay? Make the amendment go to, there we go.
When this was first proposed to the Board of Selectmen, I spoke at the meeting in opposition to this. I understand why the Trails Committee wants additional people. Those videos they showed of the events, I participated in 2 of those myself through the Boy Scouts. And there's nobody in this room that I'm aware of, and certainly not myself, that doesn't think the Trails Committee does terrific work, and I'd like to support them. But what this gets down to with associate members, I think it's a very slippery slope. We have associate members on the ZBA. We all, in Southborough, refer to them as alternate members. And they participate only when there's a legal reason why somebody can't participate, and they take that place and they vote. But this, when it comes right down to it, it's all about an opportunity to get more people on the board, but not have them participate in the quorum. When I look at all the stuff that's submitted, associate members will have all the rights and responsibilities. Other members, they'll be listed as a volunteer on the website. They won't be able to vote or be included in the quorum. You know, as somebody said to me the other day, we already have a term for these associate members. They're called volunteers. And if you want to come to a meeting and help, that's wonderful. Come to as many meetings as you want, it's great. And I encourage people to do that. But I think it's a really bad idea to have associate members that participate. They shape the discussion, they shape the decisions, but they don't raise their hand and their vote isn't counted. And it's not like they're in the audience, they're sitting at the table with everybody else. They're part of the decision-making process. You know, I've heard that other towns do this. Mr. Caleri, I look for him, he's not here tonight in the back, and Mr. Caleri made a comment last night that resonates with me. I don't live in Brockton, I don't live in Marlborough, I live in Southborough, and there's a tradition of doing things a certain way in Southborough. And I just think it's a bad idea to have associate members. Is it, at the end of the day, is it a terrible thing? Probably not, but I just don't see why we want to get down this slippery slope. And if you approve this for this committee, well, frankly, if people want to help on this, terrific. If they don't want to be bound by quorum issues, great. We have friends of committees for youth and family services, recreation, other groups. They're not encumbered by the open meeting law and the rest of it. Then they can raise money and do all kinds of things to help the cause. And they do a terrific job doing that. I spoke to members of the committee. They don't want to get down that road. That's their choice. But they can accomplish this within the framework that they use for the other boards. And I've spoken to other boards that would be in a similar situation. And if I was a member of the Recreation Commission, if I was a member of Youth and Family Services, if I was on their board, if I was on the senior board, I'm drawing a blank on the name of the term right now.
Council on Aging.
Sorry about the Council of Aging. I would expect that they'll come to you and they want to have associate members as well. I just don't see the advantage of it. What we have works, and they can participate and help and continue to do it. And I made a motion to eliminate the words related associate members. The rest of the stuff they're doing is terrific, and I wish them the best. And I would do all that I can as a citizen to help them, but I'd recommend that that be struck from this article.
All right,
That's the motion I'm making.
I don't recall that I heard a second on this, although I'm sure we did. Okay. All right, comment or question on Mr. Hegarty's current motion to amend? Mr. Stivers.
I, on the select board, was one of the votes in favor.
Mr. Stivers.
Sam Stivers, 7 President
Thank you.
Drive. Thank you. Sorry. Voted in favor of it. Trails Committee does a wonderful job, and I'm very willing to cut them some slack here to tell us what they need in terms of membership. I think the volunteer work that they get from their associate members as well as others is important. They believe this is an important thing to allow them to do the work they do, and it seems to me that they should have that flexibility to do that. I certainly understand Mr. Hegarty's concerns, but I respectfully disagree with him, and I would urge people to support this associate member and to vote against this particular amendment. Thank you.
All right. In the back left, please.
Alan Belniak, 5 Boswell Lane. Thanks for the presentation. The way I took it on its face was that you were an ad hoc committee looking to become a formal committee. It was good for to walk through what happened here. Generally, I'm supportive of this. I think this is really great, even considering Mr. Hegarty's amendments. I'm curious, though, I see the select board was 320 and advisory was 610. I'd be curious hearing the dissent on this.
So I'm going to hold you on that. That's on the main motion. We're here, right now we have Mr. Hegarty's amendment on the floor.
Thank you.
But we can come back to that. Ms. Cook?
Okay, I'm still going to answer that question, though, because that...
When we get to it.
But that relates to this. So the two groups up here, Select Board and Advisory, there's one thing that's going on here that I think has not necessarily been clear. The main thing that's happening here is this is becoming a standing committee instead of an ad hoc committee. So understand that. Everyone up here is supportive of that. The only difference, the reason that you've got 1 vote against on Advisory and 2 on Select Board is the addition of the associate members. That's it. Everybody applauds this committee. Definitely applauds Catherine up here. She is volunteer extraordinary. But that is it. Mr. Hegarty is an excellent town clerk. He's trying to make sure our committees are consistent so that we can not make things more complicated than they should be. So that is one of the things that this would do, is make it a little bit more complicated, because we're adding this layer of membership that we don't have any place except for the ZBA, which is required by statute.
Thank you. On the amendment, sir?
Whitney Beals, is this on?
Yes.
Yeah. Whitney Beals, 10 Chestnut Hill Road. I would just say that I'm in favor of, or I support Mr. Stivers' comments about associate members. If you give a person a title, associate member, who's otherwise just a volunteer, that connotes a certain greater level of responsibility. And it's also a way to cultivate people to become full board members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment or question?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to address Mr. Hegarty's slippery slope. So a few of the boards that you mentioned that you would be concerned with who would come forward are bylaw. They have bylaws. So they would have to come to town meeting and ask for your vote. I'm not concerned that asking people or boards or committees or commissions who want associate members is going to be a slippery slope for us. I'd also like to think about what kind of precedent is this setting? That we encourage more volunteers in town, that's not a bad thing. Associate members gives more opportunity for people to serve who might not otherwise be able to serve because they can't do full-time commitments. This was an actual live example for us. We had a wonderfully talented member, extremely busy, couldn't attend meetings, but we wanted to leverage that talent. This is a way. We found a way. We approached town clerk years ago and asked for an opportunity to make this work. Last year, we had a full committee, 5. We had 2 additional people come forward who said, I want to serve. What a wonderful opportunity. So we found a way. And to the comment about we don't need to do what other communities are doing, the reason we brought that up is because if you ever listen to a select board meeting or an advisory meeting, it always comes up. Well, who else is doing this? So we went out and found all these other communities using associate members in the way that we want to, and it works for them. I also heard we have a tradition of doing things this way. That's not a reason not to change. We're not asking for much here. We're asking for a couple of extra people who want to volunteer with us, and we want to leverage that talent. Having people that are listed as associate members, as noted, it's a higher level of commitment. Now, we addressed with town council the question about there's zoning or ZBA has associate members. He wasn't concerned. It's written in the bylaw. No one's going to confuse Trails Committee with zoning. So we are not really concerned about that. We vetted that. I'm encouraging all of us to vote yes and give it a shot. It's different. It's a little new. It's not going to bring the town down if we have a couple of associate members on our committee. It's good for us. It works for us. And we have been doing it for 6 months without issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Luttrell. Oh, Chelsea, you going to bite?
Mimi
Okay,
Luttrell, 19.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mimi. Ms. Malinowski was first. I just didn't see her down here. You okay? You can see the mic. Go ahead, Ms. Luttrell.
Again, Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon. My question is this. So there are associate members for the ZBA and associate members proposed for the Trails Committee. And the associate members for the ZBA can sit in as voting members if in the absence of any voting members on the ZBA. And they have to do that because they have certain times that they have to get through applications. So would this work the same way with the Trails Committee?
No. No.
Hold on. Go ahead.
So if not, my concern is that we have the same term in the town code that means 2 different things. And that has gotten us in trouble before, and that is my concern.
All right, thank you. Ms. Malinowski.
Chelsea Malinowski, 1 William Cleary Lane. I was one of the select board members that was against the main motion on the floor, but it has to do with this amendment. This was the reason why I voted against it. I think that, to Ms. Luttrell's point, there's no operational reason for an associate member on trails. In ZBA, it's because there's some sort of conflict that member cannot participate in that discussion, and it's to have the full board. I would be fully supportive of increasing the trails membership to allow for more participation. The challenge with doing that is if it becomes a permanent committee, then you can't just change that number on a whim like you can as an ad hoc. So I think that's one of the challenges with doing that. So I think the associate member just introduces more complexities, and I think it's just a concept that I can't get behind at this time. So I just wanted to give that reason.
Thank you. Right down here in front.
Yeah,
Freddie, were you there? I'm sorry. You.
I'm blending into the background.
Not, Freddie, I know better than to say anything like that to you.
Hi, Freddie Gillespie.
Go ahead.
Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southfield Road. I'm speaking as an individual, but I'm going to share my experience as over 20 years on the Open Space Preservation Commission, currently the chair. And currently we have, well, first I want to say, totally supportive of the Trails Committee, the work they've done, and becoming a standing committee. but I would support this amendment, and these are the reasons why. First of all, my Open Space Preservation Commission, before there was a Trails Committee, I actually wrote the charge for your current committee, along with two other women from Beth from Conservation and Doreen from Recreation. And it was because I was being asked for the Open Space Commission to do all the work you're doing. And I know how difficult it was in dealing with the licenses and the volunteers. I've also been heavily involved as a consultant, designing and putting in trails and getting all the volunteers. So I know the level of work. And I want to say also, my Open Space Preservation Commission, I right now have regularly over a dozen volunteers, winter, summer, spring, fall. And they don't need added adoration of being listed as an associate member to put in over the winter 30 hours of working in the cold to create seeds that we distributed town-wide. You know, standing in garages because of COVID, getting this work done. And then they show up to dig holes, to put in plants, to do weeding, to do all kinds of work, showing up over and over again. There's a point of having volunteers that are respected and honored for being volunteers. And having to have a title called associate member is, to me personally, insulting to my volunteers. So I will say that. Second of all, taking this off here doesn't eliminate your ability to have associate members. The Board of Selectmen is who is charged with creating those. They have the ability to give you the associate members. I think putting it in this bylaw creates a sense of expectation that shouldn't be with one committee unless you're going to give it to every other committee and commission in town. Thank you.
Thank you. And down front, please.
Joe Palmer, 158 Parkerville. The fact of the matter is that some of these committees operate in a structure and with a group of people that are not like others, okay? I'm on Capitol, I'm on ARPA. We don't need a herd of volunteers to carry out the work that we do, and we don't necessarily need somebody coming in and sitting aside to learn the system to go and do all the jobs that we do. There are people that are already in our system on other boards that can come in and help out if that was the case we needed a member. Trails is not like the others. And if Catherine is telling me that this is going to be helpful for Trails, I'm willing to give it a try. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is Mr. Hegarty's motion to amend the
Excuse
main
me, Mr.
article.
Moderator, am I allowed to respond?
I don't, well, no, you've had your chance. To respond to what? Who asked the question? I mean, other than
last
just
three
reiterating
commenters.
what you've already said?
The last three commenters, new information.
Is there new information? Go right ahead.
Well, it's in response to the new information that's been presented on the
No,
floor.
I'm asking if you have something new beyond what you've already said, in which case, please go ahead.
Well, yes, it would be in response to the new comments, I do.
That's not what I'm mentioning.
Say it again.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So I want folks to know that associate members, so it may create some complexities, any change does, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do this. This isn't about personally insulting anyone or creating a situation that should make any existing volunteer feel bad. That's not what we're doing. We found a process, a system that works for many other communities. We are asking Southborough to put that system in place for trails. As far as no operational reason, I disagree with that because we operate by doing manual work, so having a couple of extra hands on deck to do that work makes it a more sustainable, long-term ability for us to accomplish our objectives. So I just invite you to look past the complexity. Government in general is complex, and I think the bylaw will be written in a way, has been written in a way, that's not going to create confusion of whether associate members are what ZBA is or what we are. So I just encourage us to take a chance with this proposal and not take a side. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Hegarty's motion is on the floor. It requires a majority vote. to amend as he's proposed. All those in favor of Mr. Hegarty's motion, please raise your cards. All opposed? All in favor? All opposed? Let's count it. Folks, I'm mindful of the hour. We have an hour left in our scheduled time. We have 4 more articles to get through. It is within our practice to go beyond the end of the session if the majority of the hall agrees to do so. So I'm not asking you now, but let's keep that in the back of our minds as we keep going here. Folks, all in favor, please raise your cards. Roger, now you've got... Sorry. Hey, tellers, hold on, please. Tellers, hold on. What's the question? Okay. You are voting on Mr. Hegarty's amendment as shown on the screen. So all in favor of his amendment, raise your cards. I didn't get that question before we started counting. I get you. Only when I said let's count it, then suddenly, what are we voting on? Like I would have expected that before that, but it's okay. I'm tired too. Are we set in the way back? Tellers, all set? Tellers here, all set? No? All right, keep them up. Yeah, but Roger, let me do that. I don't want any confusion out there. Thank you. I want him to keep them up. Because somebody... All set? Okay. You could, if your hand's in the air with the card, you can put it down. Now, all those opposed to Mr. Hegarty's amendment, please raise your cards and wait for the tellers to count you. Tellers, off you go.
Oh. Sorry. Put up my hand late, so I just want to make sure my vote was counted because I wasn't thinking. Okay, so I don't know who counts what.
I believe, is that the front row? The front section?
Yes.
So, Catherine is a, no,
Right. I'll make sure.
she wasn't counted. She said she just put her hand in. Tellers on the back left. How are you guys doing? All set? Come on down then. Okay, you can lower your cards. Thank you.
I am the owner of the professional Boston.
How many?
There's one in Boston, there's 25 across the country.
That's what I meant.
I've been playing since 1995.
No. Now you really get me real. Do you still play or you just do?
I have 3 over 50 world championships in my team.
Wow.
My old team.
Excellent. Congratulations.
I just had knee surgery, so in a couple of weeks from in the summer, the funnest all the time. I co-captain a summer league team, recreation and fun, with my daughter, who plays. She plays down here too.
Duke was excellent. Yeah. I warded my kids off. They didn't need much warding. My son played really once when he was 15. Which is about how long I've been working independently in my home office. Yeah. Good job. It was so weak. You hear one end of a conference call or whatever. I couldn't really argue. Was her bachelor's in public policy? Poli-sci.
She's working at the ACLU this summer, which is a good fit. She does a lot of voting rights stuff. She worked at Marquis voting rights team, and she worked for the Georgia.
Oh, she's mixing it up in high stakes.
I mean, after Marquis she got recruited to do what she did for him by the Democratic Party in Georgia.
We'll see her on CNN.
Yeah, we're all going to be working for her. She's far more.
Okay, folks, thanks for your patience. On Mr. Hegarty's amendment, yeas are 72, nays are 56. So Mr. Hegarty's amendment passes. We now are on the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, the Trails Committee would like to make a motion.
Okay.
We would like to indefinitely postpone the article.
Well, hold on. She can make the motion, and then we can talk about it. All right, so the motion's been made by the Trails Committee to indefinitely postpone. Does it receive a second? All right. Comment or question on the indefinite postponement? Yes.
Mr. Moderator, Catherine, we love the trails. We so want you to have this. We are all in support of this, and if you allow this vote to go through, you will have 99.9% of what you want. I have worked with boards and commissions now here for 21 years. There are so many ways to get what you want without this language. You can have friends of the Trails Committee. You can have honorary members. You can have a golden board or a cabinet. There are so many ways to do this. Just take the win. Take the win. We're with you. We want to support you. We love the work you want to do. Take the win. I beg you.
Yes, sir.
I'm Will Warren, 6 Sunrise Drive. I'm one of the current associate members, and I strongly urge Catherine to take the win as well. I think that she should go ahead with this. I voted no against Mr. Hegarty's amendment in support of her, but I urged her earlier that this would be an issue to drop. I don't think this is something that we absolutely have to have. I think it's much better to go ahead and approve the bylaw. Thank you.
All right. Anything else need to be said on this? Yes, sir.
Hi, Tom Marcoya, 12 Overlook Drives, also a member of the Trails Committee. Someone said, take the win. This is a loss. Currently, we have the 5 members and the 2 associates. Our win is changing from an ad hoc to a standing. That's the only difference. If we remove this, we are what we want, 5 members, 2 associates. So our win is keep it the same way. If we can't have the associates for the additional hands, the eyes, the experience, why don't we just stay what we are, an ad hoc, 5 members, 2 associates.
We will lose our associate members.
Hold
We
on,
will
hold
lose
on,
2
hold on,
active
hold on.
volunteers if we move
Hey,
forward.
please, Mr. Hegarty is at the mic.
Jim Hegarty, 14 Maple Crest Drive. I will plan to vote against the motion to indefinitely postpone. And I've watched the videos, the presentations that they've made, and one of the arguments that was made in support of making this a standing committee, and again, I'm fully in support of the Trails Committee, was that as a standing committee, they would have, I'm going to use a word that might be imprecise, a better chance or a better luck getting grants, okay? And that's what was presented. to the different boards. I recommend you vote against indefinitely postponing, and then I intend to vote for the article as amended.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So what I was saying is, the reason we're making a motion to indefinitely postpone is because we have 2 active members serving in the associate member position. We're not interested in losing those 2 members, so we would rather continue as an ad hoc committee with those 2 active members.
All right. Any other comment or question? Yes, sir.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry. Respectfully, I don't think you lose them. They lose a title. Title is very little. The work they do is still appreciated, it is still noticed, and it's still applauded. All they lose is a title. Respectfully.
Yes.
I just want to, Will Warren, 6 Sunrise Drive, I would like to second that. Whether or not I have an associate member title will not dim my interest in being part of the Trails Committee or part of their work.
All right. The
Point of
motion is
clarification.
made to indefinitely postpone. It requires a majority vote.
Mr.
Although-
Moderator, point of clarification.
I don't know what that means. What is that?
If we continue as an ad hoc committee, our charter includes associate members, so we can continue working as a committee with associate members.
I think you've made that clear, yes.
No, so to the gentleman's, it's just a title. It's not, we still have the ability to have associate members because it's been voted forward by the select board. So our charge would be voting members and associate members.
If you continue as you are.
Correct.
Yes, okay. Yes, Mr. Challen.
Roger Challen, 29 Oak Hill Road. Earlier, I heard someone say that even though it wouldn't be part of the bylaw, it would be possible for the select board to allow an associate member designation for an ad hoc committee, or is that incorrect? I'm just curious about whether that's a process that could be used that would, satisfy the committee chair's need for associate members.
I think they already have the authorization for associate members as an ad hoc.
Correct.
I think they already have that. I think that's what she just said.
I may have misstated. As a standing committee, could the select board do that? Answer is no.
Okay. All right. Any other?
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
May we ask if the Trails Committee would be interested in an amendment that would increase their number from 5 to 7?
You could certainly ask.
Would you be interested in increasing your number from 5 to 7 permanent members?
We considered that, and we're not interested in increasing quorum. We already had an issue meeting quorum before COVID, and we don't expect that to go away. And I think most boards, committees, and commissions understand what that means.
That's only one person in addition to make quorum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. All right. The motion to indefinitely postpone requires a majority vote. All those in favor of indefinitely postponing this article, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, that motion fails, so now we are back to a vote on this motion as amended. All those in favor of the motion, this is also a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Article 31, Mr. Stivers, amend the Town Code Capital Improvement and Planning Committee.
I move Article 31 is printed in the warrant and to allow the town clerk to modify town code numbering if necessary.
Does it receive a second? Okay, Mr. Stivers.
This creates the Capital Planning Committee as a standing committee, and they've done great work recently, and I think they need to continue that work going forward as a standing committee as opposed to the ad hoc status that they currently have.
All right, comment or question on Article 31? All right, seeing none, this is a general bylaw change, requires a majority vote. All those in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Article 31 carries. Article 32, citizens petition, prevent use of public funds to improve private property. Mr. Wison.
I had a question.
Who's speaking?
Mr. Barron, Sadie Hudlin.
Is it a point of order, Mr. Barron?
Yeah, it is. What was the result of Article 30?
Article 30 was passed as part of the consent agenda yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Wison.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will be very happy to know there's no presentation for this. So those of you who were here earlier this evening and heard my arguments against these easements will understand pretty easily, I think, and hopefully agree, that the use of these licensing agreements, we cannot prevent this. This is a sentiment of the hall article, because in the end of the day, the Board of Selectmen is pretty powerful and can do what they want to do. But historically, the board has also followed these sentiment of the hall articles. These licensing agreements, while they may be legal, abrogate your rights. They allow projects to happen without public comment, without public review, and without town meeting vote. And I think you can see from this debacle at the St. Mark's Triangle what can happen when these licensing agreements are used. I find this all the more troubling because this plan for this triangle was been in formulation since December of 2020. We just had a town meeting in November. These easements could have been on the agenda for that meeting, and they could have been discussed then before this project started this runaway train wreck, which is now, by the way, up, as Kathy Cook said, over $1 million, and there's no guarantee that any of the state money is going to come after these investigations. So I just urge you, just as a matter of common sense, to vote that you would support this and not allow or show your dissatisfaction with future use of this mechanism before, which essentially just simply bypasses your right as a voter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's incumbent on me to reiterate the last thing Mr. Wison said, because if it's important that you're aware of what this does and doesn't do. So he corrected himself at the very end when he said not allow. This is an advisory article. It's on page 53 of the warrant. It certainly speaks for itself in terms of the substance of it, but there is no power in it to direct the selectmen to do anything. Nevertheless, it's a statement of position, and you may well wish to support it for that purpose. Any comment or question on Article 32? All right, requires a majority. Okay, hold on, please. What? Mr. Healy, why don't you go to the mic, Mr. Healy, microphone.
I think I got it.
Okay.
Am I okay?
Yeah.
I can do it from here? Okay. As with the earlier article, this one will have no effect. The only, and the selectmen, I think it was unanimous, don't support it. And for a number of reasons, it's a legal mishmash, but it is non-binding. But the main comment is, and it wasn't talked about because it's not relevant to any of the articles that are before the body tonight, but the project that we're talking about here, and it was sort of interesting with the comments, started in, I think, even October of 2020, and was vetted through, among other things, Mr. Weishand's committee. I mean, it's been frustrating for the members of the Board of Selectmen to sit up here because, on the one hand, we know what happened. We know the public notice that was given. We know that the multiple hearings that were had. We know the proper legal vetting, notwithstanding Ms. Cook's comments, the proper legal vetting that was done for this project, and we also know the enormous benefits to the town that will come from it. That's all going to come out when we talk about and ask for actual approval as opposed to histrionics in the fall. I say we, it won't be me, at least as a member of the board. So anyway, it's a non-binding resolution. I think you to defeat it. It's a legal mishmash. I don't know if Mr. Tallerman is going to talk about some of the comments he made to the board when we were talking about it. But more generally, it is, as I said, it's frustrating for the members of the board to sit up here and listen to, you know, a series of statements that just don't comport with reality.
Mr. Moderator?
All right, well, you've got someone who came before you. In the back, please.
I don't agree one iota with what Mr. Healy just said. I've hired attorneys. They've looked at this. There's existing Massachusetts case law that completely contradicts. Now, if they have possession of that case law, those statements are misleading to this floor, and I don't think you want to go there. And the laughing is very inappropriate, Mr. Healy. We're not stupid.
Hey, Ms. Shimkin, the microphone works fine. Please, lower your voice.
I beg your pardon, sir.
No, listen, we don't need to be yelling at each other. That's all I'm saying. Say whatever you want.
We're not yelling. We're expressing frustration over rudeness, calling people liars. I mean, we have genuine concerns here that have been confirmed by legal experts. Okay, you may not like that. That may be an inconvenient truth for you. But I went to those meetings. November 3rd, November 16th. I have the minutes with me. I spoke at both meetings. I gave you information in a helpful way that I thought, you know, that were offered in good faith, okay? That, you know, existing resources that you could look at so you could correct your egregious errors, legal errors. I, as a taxpayer, am not paying for bad legal advice anymore. Okay, and recent case history right here in Southborough on cases that don't even belong in court, costing us over $1 million. Okay, you should be embarrassed. That's what I have to say. You should be embarrassed. Don't let the door hit you in the bum on the way out. Thank you.
Last comments out of order. Mr. Weisson, you've got others that haven't spoken on this one yet, so I have to go to them. I will come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Hamilton.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I have a bit of advice for the Board of Selectmen. When you find yourself at the bottom of a pit, stop digging. I rarely agree with Mr. Weishan, but I do in this case. I urge you to support this motion.
All right. I think the motion speaks for itself. Obviously, the selectmen have a different view of it. So something new or something to add, ma'am? Name and address, please.
A comment to add. Patricia Fiore, 10 Winter Street. Mr. Haley, if you and the Select Board would like respect, I please urge you to give it.
All right. Mr. Challen. Sorry, not yet, Mr. Challen. Back in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Sokel, 16 Newton Street. Mr. Healy indicated that you didn't, the Board of Selectmen did not, the Select Board did not agree with the article, but it says here at the bottom that you all agreed in favor unanimously, both the Advisory Board and the Select Board. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, is there?
That's the vote to take it up at town meeting, ma'am.
No, but there was.
Thank you.
We had a meeting pre-town meeting.
Okay, good. And we voted at pre-town meeting.
Okay. You know, if this has confused anybody over the last 2 nights, I apologize. The warrant for recommendations on this article says at town meeting, meaning they hadn't taken a vote prior to yesterday. The numbers, and Mr. Purple will confirm, 500700 are just placeholders for what the actual numbers are, which are up on the screen as 050, and we don't even have advisory on the screen.
We voted now. We had asked Mr. Washington to come to advisory, and he did not, so we were trying to wait to hear what he had to say tonight before we voted, but we have now voted.
And?
So our vote is 6-0 in favor of the article.
Okay. So 0-5 on this side, 6-0 over there. And now I will go to Mr. Challen.
Roger Challen, 29 Oak Hill Road. I'd just like to ask the moderator for a clarification of what you identified, which was this is a non-binding vote. Is that true?
Yes.
So what this vote does is this vote demonstrates to the selectmen that some number of voters here is not happy with things being handled by the board and would like them handled at town meeting. And other voters, would say, yeah, we're happy having certain things handled by the board and without having to wait to go to town meeting, but it's non-binding.
It's a state, yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And I would not, I would say allegedly, right? So in other words, you can vote to support what's laid out in this article without it having to prove it, either side having to prove it true or untrue. I think we're there. This is a majority vote. All those, and by the way, Mr. Weishand's summary of the article at the very bottom indicates, the non-binding nature of it. The little italic summary at the very bottom of what's printed on page 53. So with that, requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 32, please raise your cards. All opposed? Article 32 passes. Article 33. Sorry, I'm getting a little. Citizens petition to amend the town code, accounting of funding for roads. Ms. Burns-Fiore. Folks, we have this Article 33, and then we have two more. Earlier when I said we had 4 more left, it was actually 5. I hope you'll hang with me tonight. I think we can get through it reasonably. Go ahead.
Can I make a comment?
You want to put the article on the table? Pardon?
Can I make a comment before I do that, or do I have to do that first and then make a comment? No, that's the wrong article.
No, let's make the motion first. Do you have an amendment to your article? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of.
Kind of. Okay. Let's make the motion first. Okay. Let's get a second, and then tell me what you're thinking about.
Okay. I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Is there a second? All right, go ahead. Explain.
The purpose of this article came to light at the beginning of the year when the enormous debacle of the St. Mark's Street project showed what a complete and significant lack of transparency and accountability we have at our Department of Public Works and perhaps within some of our oversight boards. I want to believe the things I have personally been told by advisory and capital planning, and that they now take it seriously. I want to trust them. I want to believe in our government. I want to give them a chance, at least a year, to prove it. My goal here is simple. I want to see a real transparency and accountability in government. And that's why I would like to pause this article and have them prove it.
Thank you. Question or comment on the motion to indefinitely postpone? All right, requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your cards. All opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Article 34, Citizens Petition to amend the Town Code, Southborough Pilot Committee. Ms. Burns-Fiore. Go ahead.
Oh, do I give the presentation?
Let's make the motion first.
You do the motion before the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, I don't know what else. I move to accept the article as written.
Yeah, you can move to the article as printed in the warrant. Do you want to?
Yeah, thanks.
Hold on. We're going to need a second.
Vanessa, how do I do this?
Ms. Fiore, can you just clarify? You're moving the article as printed in the warrant.
I move this article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you very much. Receives a second? Yes? Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, we're going to try to make this quick and get out of here, right? I think we all know what pilot is. It's payment in lieu of taxes. And I think we all know why we need to have realistic, fair pilot payments in Southborough. Let's make it clear from the start, the nonprofits here and anywhere have no obligation to pay taxes or to support town services and the ongoing expenses of the town. Our municipal budgets are only going up, and the real problem here is that our major private schools continue to buy real estate, residential real estate, and that removes it from the tax rolls, and thus it increases the tax burden for you and I who pay taxes. Oops, wait a minute, sorry. So these are some of the services that we all use, including the students, faculty, and staff, and the families of those people who are part of the residential housing and the dorms and the staff buildings at these private schools. They send their children, some of their children, to our public schools, and they participate in our town activities, recreational activities. Our taxes pay for that. We have emergency calls and non-emergency calls from the fire department. Our taxes pay for that. We have also regular fire department, police department. We have emergency and non-emergency calls from the police department. Our taxes pay for that. We also have an entire town hall that is staffed with our employees that our taxes pay for, that are of full use to all of the private schools. This is the point I was making earlier, that private schools have bought a great deal of residential property in town, and each one of those properties come off of the tax rolls, but it doesn't mean our tax basis is reduced by the amount that that house is no longer paying for. It means that you and I as taxpayers are paying for it. But let's take an actual look at how much property each of these schools owns now. So I happen to live in Fayetteville, as you probably all know, and this is the property that's owned by the New England Center for Children. I don't know whether you will have any questions about any of this property. There is some of the property that's open space. There's the residential property that they've purchased, and then the big swatch here is the main buildings on Route 9. There is another piece of property that is a little confusing on the 3 ABCs for this school. They claim a piece of, I think it's 21 acres off of Brewer Road, 2 Brewer Road, which is up off of, kind of comes in across from New York Ave. I talked to the assessor about that piece of property. They assured me that even though it is claimed by the school as school property on their 3 ABCs, it is in fact taxed and owned by somebody else who happens to be on the board of the New England Center for Children. This is our downtown Southborough. If you can see the little tiny square right there, that's the St. Mark's Triangle that we've been discussing a lot tonight. You can see it's very clearly owned by a school. So is a lot of that street. And then we have Fay School that also owns a lot of our downtown area. The little piece of purple up at the top, that is our old public school track that is over behind the registry in Marlborough and connects with 20-something acres into Southborough. Oh, my numbers there, I think you can all read them yourselves. That's what the actual amount that these schools claim on their 3 ABCs as fair market value. The 3 ABCs are filed with the town each year, and that is in order for them to claim what amount of real estate, what pieces of real estate they are going to claim as tax exempt. I think you can also see that most of these are a little out of date. Now, obviously not the case with them, but I know the rest of us who do pay taxes, we're going to see an enormous increase this fall when we're going to be reassessed at current market values. So let's just think about what current market values are based on the dates of the last 3 ABCs that I had. So here's the contributions to the town of Southborough by 3 of our large nonprofits, and I've tried to trace this back to 2011. As you can see, in 2011, Faith School gave $10,000. Guess how much they gave last year? $10,000. Now, I don't think that my taxes have stayed the same since 2011. How about yours? In 2011, there was an active pilot committee. That was the last time that we had an active pilot committee. And the recommendations of that committee at the time, in 2011, were that St. Mark's should pay $300,000 annually, Fay should pay $200,000 annually, and the New England Center of Children should stay at where they were at. Now, keep in mind, that was before they bought all the residential property in Fayville and the other building, main campus that they put on Route 9. So their total assets have increased substantially since that point. So here's what I also learned this week. If you have a house that is assessed at $625,000 in Southborough, and at our current tax rate, not when it is going to be increased after this meeting, and not when you're going to be reassessed in the fall, your current tax rate would mean that you owe $10,175. Should I go back and show you again how much Faith School paid last year? Because it was $10,000. I just want to remind you that we are not the only town that has private schools. And I do admit that these are old numbers, because this is based on the work that I did for the presentation in 2019, when you passed an article in support of reactivating the pilot committee. So these numbers are old. I know that, for example, Phillips Academy, their amount of contribution increases each year by the same percentage as the town property tax rate, not to exceed 3.6%. But that is how they control the amount of money that they get from that school. And if I'm not mistaken, that is actually a written agreement with the town of Andover. Milton Academy does something a little differently, and what they do is any residential property that the school wants to buy, it just doesn't come off the tax rolls. They get a tax bill every year, and they pay it for the residential property. Seems like a fair way to go. So all I'm asking is that, isn't it reasonable to expect private nonprofit schools to be good citizens of the community, contribute fairly to the cost of the town services they, their staff, students, faculty, and families use? So what we're asking for here is a standing committee. I think we all know what happened after this passed in 2019, requesting that the Board of Selectmen reactivate a pilot committee. Didn't happen. They chose to do it themselves. They put 2 people in charge, and then when they were called out for an open meeting law violation, they decided they only needed 1. I think this needs to be a standing committee, and all I'm looking for is to have insight and input into how we're dealing with these schools. I think if you had a standing committee of however many people you all decide, you have more opportunity to do the research. There's a lot of issues going on. There's certainly a current issue in the House of Representatives for the state of Massachusetts. And I think it's really important to look at what other schools do, what other towns do, what is fair, and to go from there. That's all we're looking for. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. I would just say one thing before we go to comments or questions. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. The last section contemplates the AG's review. As you may know, when citizens' petitions are submitted, there is no ability or power by the town or town council to alter it in any way by a single word. Sometimes that means that the Attorney General, when he reviews it, may or may not send it back to us exactly as is or not. But citizens' petitions are sacrosanct, and so we vote on them as they're written, as we will tonight. Any comment or question about Article 34? Ms. Cook.
So thank you, Ms. Fiore, for all the work you've done tonight and all the work you did a few years ago. So advisory does not support this article. We don't think we need a pilot standing committee to accomplish what the sentiment Ms. Fiore is expressing. We believe that the better way to deal with the two private schools and possibly New England Children's Center is for the Select Board to continue the work that they did start as a result of the article that was passed 3 years ago. Mr. Healy was appointed as the representative of the Select Board and has diligently worked with both schools the last 3 years. Can you put your slide back up showing the historic pilot payments? So, for example, just in the last couple of weeks, he has negotiated payments from St. Mark's of $89,800 and from Fay School of $70,000. Now, that 70 is actually going to be spread over 2 years as far as Fay School's accounting for it, but we are going to get it to basically buy a truck and something else. Fiscal year 21 is not correct. We got more than that. I'm not going to go into details. I think it's trivia, but we got more than that year. So he has worked very hard to reestablish a relationship with both schools. So we think the better tact of doing this when we don't have much of a legal leg to stand on here is for the Select Board to continue to enhance that relationship and deal with each schools to see if we can get increased payments until and if the state law is passed that basically requires the payments to be made. I sat on a private school board for many years. I understand how they operate. I understand their finances. So therefore, having having a person that's got the executive authority in the town to deal with the executives at the two schools is probably the more effective route. I'm not sure what a committee could tell us that we don't already know. We know that other schools do pay bigger pilot payments. There's a variety of ways they do that. I believe the Phillips number probably includes taxes paid from a hotel that they own, which is not comparing apples to apples. So again, we applaud the effort to try to increase the payments. We need more revenue in Southborough. These two schools take a lot of property up in Southborough, a lot more than most towns. We got two schools, not one. But we just don't think a new committee is going to accomplish what Ms. Fiore is trying to accomplish.
Can I respond to that?
All right, I'm going to go to each mic, and then we'll come back to you at the end. Right down here, please.
Patrick Stanton, 24 Main Street. So just a little bit about myself. I work for a small nonprofit, and I work with a lot of other small brick-and-mortar nonprofits around the state who work in education and support communities, typically communities of need. And I support this warrant. I believe these institutions have kind of outgrown the kind of spirit of the nonprofit. If every nonprofit, you can go look at their state taxes, you can look at the revenue. I would encourage everyone to do that with Fay and St. Mark's or any nonprofit they want to learn more about, and just see the size of these institutions. And yeah, while we might not have a legal leg to stand on, and to the work of Mr. Healy, I still think there should be some input from the town on kind of what that process is going forward. And if there are state laws coming forward that might institute pilot, I believe that we still should be in a part of that conversation and help those institutions know what the town's needs are. again, we don't have any legal leg to stand on, but we still should probably have some sort of say in kind of how we approach this topic and have more input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over here.
As a guest at town meeting tonight, I'd like to request permission to comment on the article.
Why don't you start by telling us who you are and what you do?
James Nichols Worley, 94 Main Street. I'm a student at St. Mark's, and I'm here at my first town meeting.
All right, so I'm going to go to the other voters. I want you to stay there, and what will happen is when we come back, we'll take, the hall has to approve you speaking, but stay there, you never know. In the back, Ms. Rosenblum.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Betsy Rosenblum, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. I have a point of information, and then I just have a brief statement. Point of information, the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is currently a woman, a she, not a he. I think that's particularly relevant in the context of a lot of things I've heard in the last year or two. I appreciate, Mr. Healy, everything you did.
Hold on, was that directed at me?
Yes.
Oh, well then let me please apologize.
No apology necessary.
No, yes it is. You can't say that and then not let me apologize, so I apologize. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Moderator.
welcome.
While I appreciate everything Mr. Healy has done in the past few years, I don't like the aspect that we had to all kind of be quiet, not ask too many questions about how it was going, when in fact I think more heads would be better than one. There are possibilities to work from the legislative end of things. I understand we don't have a leg to stand on, so I'd like to maybe add 10 legs instead of 2 legs. And I just think from everything I've seen over the last couple of years, I don't really want to leave something this important to one person who's a member of the Board of Selectmen. I feel in the context of a lot of what I've seen, the Select Board isn't really feeling where I'm coming from. And I don't feel, I understand everyone acts in good faith, they believe what they believe, but when almost everyone in the hall unanimously got together and voted on something, and the Select Board doesn't still seem to get it, I would like to take this issue back to the people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go down here, then we'll go in the back. Sir.
Tim Fling, 18 Main Street. I know that we don't have a leg to stand on, but I was kind of wondering about if there's some information maybe to what the town has to provide to these schools and these institutions and what it doesn't. For example, I know sometimes that institutions, private institutions, have their own fire department. So I don't know if it's appropriate to ask right now, but I'm just wondering in general, does the town have to provide certain services to these schools and nonprofits within town, and is that a requirement?
Is there a
comment to that? He's asking a question. So
yeah,
should
I'm going to direct that to the selectmen if they're willing to take it. If not, we'll, in other words, what do we provide the privates as a matter of course?
They're citizens of the town. They get the services of the town.
Okay. Well, that's an informative
Plus,
answer.
they get services of town plus, because when in 2018 or 2019, when I was doing this, I actually spoke to a number of people at the fire department and the police department. So they also get inspections and services of our fire and police department that I don't get, because I don't have a commercial building.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a difference that's distinctive.
Well, it
I
takes
mean,
the time of our policemen and firemen to do that.
But so do
And
all
I
of
had
our
actually
other-
calculated the cost for the number of calls that they made to these schools.
That's all right.
If I could follow up on that.
Yeah.
So as a citizen of the town, it's a requirement that they get all these services. Am I hearing that correctly? That there's no opportunity there that they would have to provide their own police service, for example, or police department or fire department, if it's a moral question. I know I'm asking that way, but I'm just wondering, because I know that sometimes they have to support their own to justify their campus size or their building.
If you don't know, you don't know, Mr. Hill.
Well, I guess I don't know specifically because I haven't researched the question, but it's inconceivable to me under any sort of due process view of American law that one citizen of whether they're corporate or individual doesn't get the same rights and protections that another citizen does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the back left, please.
Karen Hinlin Chimkus, Limerick Road. I just wanted to thank Ms. Fiore for all the work that you have done and incredible, as someone who independently has been doing the same kind of research and looking at public records, it's very tedious, so I want to say thank you for that. I also support what the other speakers have said. I don't agree with a single person approach. And the comment that we may not have much of a legal leg to stand on, it is a fine art of negotiating pilot payments, but certainly, as you have seen from the presentation, someone's been able to negotiate better payments, so I think we can do that too.
Well,
I also want to point out the fact that, business dealings must make sense. Okay, so $89,800 might sound like a lot of money, but they just got over $1 million payday. That's pretty good, pretty good. Ms. Fiore, I wanted to point out to you that there actually is some legal redress. The city of Cambridge passed an exemption in 1981, removing Harvard University from the Dover protection, because Harvard was Cambridge's largest landowner, so that might be something to look into.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Down here, please.
Hi, Sharon Shoemaker, 22 Wood Street. My concern also is with just one person doing this. We're at the point where recently there's been some excellent negotiation where we have gotten some significant money from the schools that we haven't gotten in the past. But as Mr. Healy mentioned, he's leaving the board next week. So the other board members, I'm not sure how much they're aware of what's been negotiated, what's been talked about, where if there was a committee and maybe the chair of that committee could go with Mr. Healy and then present that back to the committee, so there can be some continuation of the negotiations. And I know it's limited how much public, and it's a give and take. I understand that, but I just feel like what happens in 2 weeks from now. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Whitney Beals, 10 Chestnut Hill Road. There's another way of looking at this. If I'm one of those schools, or both of those schools, and I know the town meeting has just voted to form a standing committee, I'm going to take any negotiations from whatever person or people go to me asking for better pilot payments a whole lot more seriously. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Healy, I'm coming to you. I do want, no, hold on a second. I need the leave of the hall to keep going. We're at 11 o'clock, and you guys are entitled to keep this going, or you're entitled to shut it down right now, which means you'd be coming back for a third day. So I would just ask for, it's not a vote, it's not a majority, just a show of hands who's willing to continue, finish this article, do the last one. Thank you very much. We'll keep going. Mr. Healy? After all the citizens have had their chance.
So I truly do not have a dog in this fight because my clock is ticking. When the process that led to renewed discussions with St. Mark's and Fay, and those are the two I focused on. It started, and there was a vote at the 2019 town meeting, and the selectmen discussed it it might have been my first meeting. I think Mr. Stivers in my first meeting, and the selectmen discussed whether or not to put together a committee. Now, there had been a committee in 2011, put together a detailed 20-page or so report with various recommendations. Reasonable recommendations. There were a couple of select board members on it and some citizens of the town. And the recommendations, other than one of the recommendations was to hire a marketing firm to make presentations to the schools, and that didn't seem like a particularly good use of money. But other than that, the recommendations made an awful lot of sense, which was to come up with a plan, to find out what other towns were doing, and to renew negotiations with St. Mark's and Fay. Now, one of the interesting things about those numbers that were put up there is I then, for the first time, I guess it would have been in 2020, sat down with representatives of Fay and St. Mark's, and what they said to me is, nice to see you, because nobody from the town had talked to them in almost a decade. And there had been a committee that then sort of dissolved away. And so there was a little bit more discussion at the board level, and it was decided that even if two selectmen went to the meeting, that would have been myself and Mr. Shea, who was the chair of the Board of Selectmen at that point, that the public meeting laws would have applied. And that didn't make a whole lot of sense to sit down and have frank discussions with representatives of the school, to have it done in an open public meeting that you would have to generate minutes for, and presumably people could come and watch. That's not how negotiations function effectively. So it was left to one person, and that person ended up being me. And over the last 3 years, both Fay and St. Mark's have increased their contributions. I think they've actually increased them significantly. More important than that, though, is that they understand very clearly where the town is coming from, that the town would like them to contribute more, but also it's a respectful discussion. I understand where they're coming from. The interesting thing about the numbers, and it's kind of funny because I looked at reports from a number of committees from various towns, and they're very similar to the numbers that we saw up there when we saw Andover and Phillips Exeter and the like. Those, of course, those are probably the richest private high schools in Massachusetts. What doesn't get put up, I'm sorry? Exeter, you're right, it is in New Hampshire.
He meant Phillips Andover.
What isn't put up are that BC High doesn't contribute anything to Boston, despite getting a bill every year. That Northampton did a lengthy pilot process with a committee and sent Smith College a bill for $300,000 and didn't get anything. There are scores of privates, some with more resources than Fay and St. Mark's, some with less, that don't give anything or give significantly less in terms of a per capita than either Fay or St. Mark's do. The reason that schools contribute is because of the relationship. This is my view, the relationship that the town builds with them. As I said, when I started up the process a couple of years ago, the ball had been dropped completely and nobody had visited them at all, even to have a discussion. There was a lot of yelling at town meeting, there was a lot of criticisms of the school, there was a lot of why don't they contribute more, but nobody sat down and had a conversation so that they could understand where the town was coming from and the town could understand where they were coming from. I think we're there now. As I said, we just got a check in the mail from the Fay School for $30,000. There's another one coming next year to cover the cost of a pickup truck. Now, is that $300,000? No, it's not, but it's more than they contributed before. Same thing with St. Mark's, which has gone from, I think it was $50,000. They've almost doubled.
Can we put that back up?
They've almost doubled it in a couple of years. So again, I don't have a dog in this fight. Having sat down and talked to the schools, my view is that an individual who reports back to a board, and that's been done regularly, about the discussions, where they're going, as well as discussions with Mr. Malinowski, who's been chair of Capital, about what items would make sense to be put before the schools as possibly covered by them. All of that is done. All of that is done in a return process, in open session, And I guess the final thing, and you're right, you're losing some institutional knowledge when I walk out the door. There's no question about that. That's easily conveyed, and it's been being conveyed along the way. And I guarantee you that there may be a couple of people in Massachusetts who know more about what schools are doing in terms of pilot, what strategies have worked than I do, because that's the way I work. And I researched it before I started talking to these schools. So my recommendation is to I'll pass the baton to somebody else on the Board of Selectmen and keep a process going that has proved successful in the last several years.
All right, thank you. Right here.
Mr. Moderator, the problem with this process with the Board of Selectmen is that there is zero transparency. I did a public records request of all communications between the Board of Selectmen and St. Mark's. That would have been written, email, any communications at all. Do you know how many communications I got between Marty Healy and St. Mark's? Zero. No accountability at all. But what we did do is offer them $1 million giveaway on the St. Mark's Triangle. What I did get is an email from Marty Healy offering to do the heavy lifting for the parking lot for them for $20,000. This is the problem. This is why we need this committee. I believe these people operate in good faith, but I believe they also get diluted along the way. And we as voters need to participate in this project, in this process. Otherwise, we should just appoint a mayor, and then we don't have to come here every year. So I really think this is a very good idea. We've appointed standing committees and ad hoc committees for practically everything else in town. If this doesn't work, we'll try something else. But at least we will have transparency.
Okay,
Mr. Moderator, I move the question.
Who was that?
That was me.
Okay,
move the
well,
question.
hold on. Was that you, Mr. Martell? Who said that? Oh, you lowered your voice. I thought it was somebody else. What?
Well, I'm giving you my best PBS voice now.
No, so I would ask your indulgence, Mr. Weisson, if we could let Mr. Nichols Worley behind you come to the mic. Well, assuming the rest agree. What's up? What's that?
And you promised that I could respond to some of the questions. Unless you're all going to vote in favor.
Mr. Weisson, we don't normally allow a motion like that at the end of a long sort of comment, right? It usually comes from someone else at the mic because people don't know they don't have a last chance. So I'm going to allow Mr. Martell, and then if you all agree, Mr. Nichols Worley, and then we'll see where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is a potential structural problem with the article. It's not an opinion. In paragraph 2, the fourth bullet from the bottom where an advisory member is specifically included on this standing committee, it's actually illegal for an advisory member to join a standing committee unless that committee is appointed by the town moderator.
Yeah, so that goes to, it's a fair point, and it goes to what I was saying at the very beginning, that there may be this may not come back to us from the Attorney General in exactly the way it's written right now. Hold on, please. That may be an example of something like that. All right? All right, you want to make...
Just in regard to him, I actually intended to amend that before the presentation, frankly, and change that person from advisory to select board, and delete the line that no person from the select board could be on it. I got a little wound up in some other things, so didn't do it. I mean, I'm happy to make that accommodation now, if that will make it easier for people to understand.
Well, I think that, I'll leave it up to you. I think if this goes to the Attorney General as is, she may return it without that line. The rest would stay
so
the
it
same.
doesn't mean if she gets it, then she just says, no way? She can
No,
say,
if
you
she
need to
approves it
correct
as written, our bylaw still would be in conflict with our bylaw. Mr.
So what-
Martell's point is
Can we just
correct.
amend it now then? Can I, or someone amend it to be able to vote on it properly?
I'm fine with it, as long as people are,
That sounds like the more reasonable way to proceed, correct?
all right. I'm going to ask you to put it in writing to the clerk, and while you're doing that, before we put that amendment on the floor, I'm going to ask for leave of the hall for Mr. Nichols-Worley to identify himself again, why he's here tonight, and speak to us for a bit. Are we okay with that? Just show of hands. All right, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you to the hall. I'm James Nichols-Worley, live on 94 Main Street. I'm a junior at St. Mark's School, so I obviously cannot speak on behalf of St. Mark's School, Inc. or its administration, but I would just like to offer a comment, maybe on behalf of this general community, is that the students and the faculty of St. Mark's are very grateful to the work of the town of Southborough for everything the town does, and that from what I can tell from this article, it would improve the relationship between the town and the school. And, you know, as a resident of Southborough and soon-to-be alum of St. Mark's, I strongly recommend anything to improve the relationship between the town and the school. As former town historian Nick Noble wrote, he was also a teacher at St. Mark's a few years ago, he wrote that the history of Southborough is more than just the names of Burnett and Fay. And I agree completely. And I hope, I believe there's a passage in the article that says, no citizens with any fiscal connection to the school shall serve on the standing committee, which is very sensible, but I highly encourage you to seek out the students and the parents of students who live in Southborough, and indeed many of the very hardworking and thoughtful faculty who I think would agree my sentiment that the town has done an incredible amount for the school and would like to see a good relationship between the two. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you stay up there for a second? So, you said you're graduating shortly, and by the way, we're still waiting for the written amendment, so I'm not wasting time here. Are you going to college in the fall?
Class of 2023.
Okay. Do you know where?
No.
All right. That's fair enough. You didn't come up here to be interviewed. I appreciate it. And I apologize for not recognizing you. Until he said his name, I didn't know who he was, except I did because when he was about 3 feet tall, he rode a soccer carpool with my kids.
Mm-hmm.
So give my best to your family.
Thank you.
And well done speaking here tonight.
Thank you. It's good
All
to
right.
be here at my first
You can
town
sit
meeting.
now.
I would just like to add, as we have a little commentary time here, that Mr. Nichols-Worley has also been serving on the St. Mark's Triangle Park Committee as one of its members and has been hugely helpful and informative. So I do think, actually, we kind of owe him a round of applause.
He actually did say that. I want to give him credit, but it's no harm in repeating it. Sure. Please direct your attention to Mr. Hegarty.
Hey, folks, we have the town election coming up next Tuesday, and although there is no process for early voting for this election, you can vote absentee if you have an illness, you're going to be out of town, and people's concerned about COVID counts, or you have a religious concern. Although we're required to mail ballots to people, so we're getting really short of a window to mail ballots out to get in time. You can actually come to the office and vote in person at the counter up until noon on next Monday. So if you qualify for the absentee ballot and you know anybody does, feel free to come in. It just takes a second, and you can vote at the counter until noontime on Monday. That's a state requirement to cut it off at noon, but you know, if any of you are interested, or please pass the word. Thank you.
So just to orient everybody, if you're looking at page 54 of the warrant, we're about to consider an amendment. In the middle of page 54, there are two sets of bullets. The second set of bullets contains six bullets. The fourth bullet down says one member of the advisory committee selected by the advisory committee. As I understand the amendment, and we'll confirm it, the words advisory in that line are going to be changed to select board. Okay? And then the second bullet from the bottom, which as it reads now excludes the select board, will be deleted. So give that some thought. That's the substance of the amendment as I understand it. All right. So it's possible, Mr. Hegarty informs me, that the timers for the lights in here may kick off at 11:30. And no, we don't have to hurry, because we can talk. We don't have to see each other. I just wanted you to know that we planned for it. So, well, we didn't plan for it, but we know it's coming. No surprise. No need to get antsy if it happens.
Mr. Moderator,
And he's back there working on that right now.
point of order.
You have a point of order, ma'am? What is it?
Really a question. It's my understanding that members of the select board cannot belong to a committee which reports back to and vote, which reports back to the select board.
I'm not sure that's true. I don't know if you have an opinion on that off the top of your head? So town council has clarified that what you may be thinking of is that the selectmen cannot, no selectman can be on a committee that the selectmen appoint. But they can be on a committee appointed by, in this case, action of bylaw of the town. And who that committee reports back to is not prohibited.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we have
Did that make sense to you? Mr. Moderator? It says they appoint the select board, and they can't serve on a board that they're appointed to.
Yes. Yes.
I just have a question. If I understood you correctly, I apologize. Betsy Rosebaum, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. You just said that a member of the select board cannot sit on a board that's appointed by the select board.
That's what town council just told me.
Okay, thank you very much. So this article, which I was in favor of, says if it's amended, that a member of the select board will sit on it, but the select board appoints. This calls for select board appointment. Number 2, no later than 45 days after the Attorney General's approval, the select board will appoint.
Mr. Moderator?
Hold on a minute, please.
Did I miss something?
You know, it gets curiouser and curiouser because frankly, the last piece of this, where it says if the select board doesn't do it, other boards can do it, is one of the things that we're not sure is going to survive review. But your point is, I think, well taken. Let me just ask town council.
This might be a little bit different because it specifically calls for as opposed to into a board that doesn't say. Okay, so it might be I think it's gray area here. They can't like self, but if the bylaw is calling for one.
Okay. Yes, okay, so to clarify then, the issue of the select board appointing their own members to boards they appoint is one of conflict of interest. In other words, if they're constituting a committee and putting members on that committee and they decide to put one or more of their own members, that obviously would not be in order and that is not allowed. However, this is a bylaw of the town that specifically specifies that a select board member be on it. So it's not discretionary of the select board to do it, therefore it's okay. Does that make sense? Where did Ms. Rosenblum go? Oh, does that answer your question? In other words, there's no self-interest here because the bylaw says what it says.
So, Mr. Moderator.
I was just pointing out that there was an inconsistency with the statement I had thought you said and then what was written here. But
Okay.
if it works for town council, it works for
Okay,
me.
okay. Have we cleaned up?
Let's be clear, there's a lot of things here that don't work for.
Yeah. Are we set now?
Are we set? That's my question.
Excluding the members of the board. And go ahead up.
Oh, so we have to first vote on the
So
amendment.
I don't think this is right. One member of the advisory board is coming out of that bullet. So it says insert this. You're inserting this after the words this, not striking that. Just strike it.
No, here's what I want
It
to do.
says after the words. Where does it say to strike it?
I'm only looking to change a couple things.
We'll get your weekend started early. Can she just say after the words that, comma, which shall be then struck? Something like that?
Could I just read the two lines that I want to change?
I did summarize that. It's just, it's sort of a little bit of a, the way this form is set up isn't always necessarily.
No, yes, we couldn't figure it out. But can I just read the two lines I want to change so it's clear to everyone?
Yeah, sure. I think it's clear, but go right ahead.
In section 2, the fourth bullet point, I wanted to say one member of the select board selected by the select board. And let's see, the next two down from there, I want to delete the line in its entirety, specifically excluding any member of the select board. That's it.
Jim, you gotta help. No, I don't think it's right. It's not right. You can't put something in after words that they're striking out. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think no, I can make a copy and send it to an email.
Yes, I guess that's it.
Sorry.
It's real time. Motion thing is supposed to say something. Okay? Okay. So does everybody know what the amendment is? I just want to make sure everybody feels comfortable. Okay? Okay, I think we're going to get an actual visual pencil and pen.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw a wrench in the works.
You know, it's a catch-22. You take a complicated amendment and you do it verbally, not everybody follows it. If you do it this way, it takes a long time, and I'm not sure which is better or worse. I'll be thinking about that a lot before next town meeting.
That's
All right.
it.
Can we scroll it up, please?
No, that's it, in the red.
No, I just want it to be higher on the screen. Can we go higher? There we go. All right, great. Okay. This is the substance of Ms. Burns-Fiore's amendment.
Probably should include a semicolon.
Pardon?
Right after
What?
It's okay, never mind.
Okay. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed. Okay, the amendment passes. We are now back to the main motion. Comment or question? Yes, Mr. Weishaupt.
The question, please.
Questions? But I think we were there anyway. Nobody else was getting up. So let's avoid a vote on that if we can. Do you withdraw it? All right. I think we're ready to vote. All those, it's a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 34 as amended, please raise your cards. All opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. Article 35, last and not least. Mr. Weishaupt.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will also be grateful to know that this does not also have a formal presentation. Mr. Moderator, I place Article 35 for consideration to see if the town meeting will vote to create a new Chapter 43-3 in the Town Code entitled Recall of Elected Officers.
To receive a second? Okay, go ahead.
So, ladies and gentlemen, was shocking for me to find out that we have no method to recall our elected officers. So if, for instance, hypothetically, we had a member of the school board that was convicted of child pornography, they could remain in office till the end of their term unless they chose to resign. If we had a member of the Board of Selectmen who was convicted for embezzlement, they could also choose to remain for the remainder of their term. We have currently no ability to recall our elected officers. This article has been approved by the Attorney General for the town of Stoughton. It has been vetted and used once. It sets a particularly high bar of 5% of the voters, signatures required to form a recall petition, and then sets up a pretty clear process of recall. As I said, this language has already been approved by the Attorney General's office for the town of Stoughton. The mechanism here is fairly straightforward. It provides assurances that candidates cannot be recalled right after elections, so that some people didn't like the election or it was too close, they can't be recalled within 3 months. It's pretty straightforward and clear. And I think that we need this level of accountability. I think we need, unfortunately, no longer to rely on self-decency of individuals in politics necessarily to do the right thing. And I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comment or question about Article 35? Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to support this article by saying 2 words, Article 25.
Yes, sir.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. In general, I think we probably do need something like this. But I would draw your attention to the fact that we have very few contested elections in this town, and the town is struggling to find volunteers to serve on many boards and communities. Frankly, serving on boards and committees has become increasingly difficult and onerous. Not only the open meeting law, which is well-intentioned, places tremendous burdens and, at least according to some, constraints on your personal liberties. And beyond that, you know, when you serve on these boards and committees, you're going to find yourself on occasion trashed on the town blog by anonymous posters. All of these are tremendous disincentives. And so, yes, I think we need something like this. I think the 5% is way too low. You know, this ought to be a hard mountain to climb for somebody who wants to take someone who has been duly elected by the citizens to essentially overturn an election or to essentially upset the apple cart. So I'm not in favor of this particular one, and I have no desire to amend it to improve it.
Thank you very much. Any other comment or question on Article 35? Yes, ma'am.
Chelsea Baladowski, 1 William Cleary Lane. I have a question, if I may, for Mr. Wyshan.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wyshan. Can you point me to the cause pieces in the article that you mentioned from your examples in the beginning?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. What?
Can you point me in the article to where it says what the cause reasons would be for this removal?
As far as I know, it requires 5% of the voters, so the cause is not specified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, I just will add, I don't know if any of you have tried to collect signatures in this town. It's an arduous process. 5% of the registered voters is close to 400 signatures, and to get 400 people in Southborough to agree on anything is next to impossible. So this would have to be tremendously egregious to get 400 people to agree. But we need this emergency escape valve, and I hope you will support it.
Other comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
Betsy Rosemond, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. Mr. Moderator, I have a question for Mr. Is it Wyshan or Wysan?
One, actually. Hello.
For the proponent.
That's me.
You mentioned the town of Stoughton. Did you look at what any other towns do in terms of how many signatures or percentage is required to bring such a petition?
I looked at a number of these, and they were all between 5 and 10%, depending on how big the towns themselves were. Obviously, the larger the number of people in the town, the lower the percentage was in order to make this type of thing viable. You know, if someone wants to amend the percentage on this, I'm certainly open to that. I would hate to have to stay here to do it, but I mean, again, I would argue 390 signatures, or however many it is, very close to 400. That's a really high bar. So, you know, I'll leave it to you guys to decide. Thank you.
All right, back over here. Ms. Shoemaker.
I couldn't see which way you were pointing. Sharon Shoemaker, 22 Wood Street. I'm in support of the concept of this article, but I know we've said in past meetings, I don't think it's quite there yet. I think there should be something in there about cause, that to get the signatures, how many people have signed something at the transfer station, just thinking like, oh, just get this on the ballot or whatever. And I've heard that term, oh, it'll just get it on the ballot. You're not necessarily supporting it, just getting it on the ballot, which if that's used, that signature is counting as you want this to go to vote. And also, if there's no cause, having a re-election is a substantial cost to the town. So I really think that I like the idea that we have a method to recall people, but I think it should either be for cause, and I also think that the percentage should be higher. But I don't know if I'm ready to support it tonight. I would think this would be a good thing for a fall town meeting to look at it between now and then and really get it a little more fine-tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. We're here, and then we're here.
Matt Probst, 31 Woodland Road. Mr. Moderator, could we ask advisory's opinion of this?
Yes, it looks, yeah. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, hold on. Is it on? It's not on, okay. So we just did our vote here too because we hadn't been able to meet Mr. Washington. So there are 2 in favor, 4 not supporting. Some of the reasons for not supporting is we agree with Mr. Hamilton, the threshold of 5% is too low. We also agree with the comment about the transfer station. You sign anything just to sign it and get away. So people may not realize the impact of what they're doing. We also believe there should be cause. For example, if someone were to be convicted of something, we actually think they should be removed. So I think the idea of trying to maybe improve this for fall town meeting might be a proper way to go tonight.
Okay, thank you. Down in front
Sorry,
here.
we got one, hold on. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
These microphones are killing us, yeah. Just one additional point. I think we also came up with a discussion that the 5-year ban felt like a lot. So just want to add in the 5-year ban from serving the town further after being recalled.
Okay, down here.
Jennifer Permack, 7 Jericho Hill Road. I am a member of the Southborough School Committee. I wanted to emphasize, I agree that, you know, for certain examples like you presented, I think it's a good idea to be able to have that mechanism in place. I am concerned about the low threshold and about the potential, given the fact that it's often so difficult to fill these positions, that we can run, just for an example, this year, you know, one of the things that we were discussing on school committee was about hybrid, remote, you know, stay home, full-time school, and how the community was divided a third. So we run into the potential of having decisions that quite a significant portion might not like, and having people potentially recalled for making decisions based on the information that they know that maybe the town doesn't agree with. And I think that's a danger of this particular thing. But I agree that there might be some use in being able to, the examples that you were presenting, for example, I would support. But.
Okay, thank you. In the back.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry. I think I agree with everything that's been said at the moment, that this has merit, but it's not ready for prime time. I'd like to indefinitely postpone this amendment, this item.
All right, Mr. Rose has moved to indefinitely postpone. Does that receive a second? All right, motion to indefinitely postpone has the effect of defeating the article for this town meeting. But obviously, as I'm sure many of you know, it can come back in this or some other form for a new warrant in the future. Motion to definitely postpone requires a majority vote. Any comment or question on the motion? Okay, all those in favor then of that motion, please raise your cards. All opposed? That motion carries. So folks, you know, I said this yesterday, incredible, great job. And I need, what do I need? I need a motion to dissolve the 2022 annual town meeting.
I so move.
Second, all in favor? All opposed? We are adjourned.